Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely Wednesday in New York City. We've had a very busy week around these parts. Wow, what a couple of shows in the books. Tom Aspinall yesterday, Sugar Sean yesterday, Arnold Allen was tremendous as well. Monday's show was great, and today on the program, a 5-pack of guests from around the world of combat sports. Dare I say, a little something for everyone on today's program. Off the top, though, I do want to thank everyone. It seems as though as of yesterday or so, YouTube and Spotify have done these wrap things where they tell you, like, these are the shows or these are the channels that you're watching or listening or consuming more than others. These are the minutes, these are the hours. These are your rankings, all that stuff and more. And so many people have tagged me on social media about having our channel number one, our show number one, the amount of hours, the amount of minutes, all that stuff and more. And honestly, it warms my heart. And so just like I said yesterday, I love, our inside jokes. I love the drops. I love when people leave comments, referencing things that are said on the show. I love this as well. It really does mean a lot. You are spending a lot of minutes, a lot of hours, a lot of your time consuming our content, audio form, video form.com as well. We can't thank you enough. We really appreciate it. Thank you for sending those messages. I'm trying to respond to as many as possible, but it really does mean a lot.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Appreciate it. I have to say, bit of a Willis Reed game for me here today. It was on my morning run. Here I am a couple of days after I'm telling Kayla that I like to get out and move because I'm sitting for so long each and every day. This is the sacrifice that I make for all of you, for your enjoyment, your entertainment, for those minutes and hours each and every year. Was going uphill and felt a pop in the old hammy. Yeah, felt a pop. I don't know if this is, I feel like I'm pretty limber. I have been doing a lot more stretching these days, but perhaps just a sign of hitting the big 4-3 father time, as they say, undefeated. So the problem was I was 15 minutes away from my home, and it was a tough walk back. I mean, I'm feeling it right now. It's kind of throbbing. Felt the pop. Don't think I'll need to go under the knife if I'm being 100% honest with everyone, but I am feeling it. So, trying to lean on my brethren, trying to lean on my colleagues, my brothers and sisters, trying to, draw some inspiration, some motivation, and we're going to power through. And today's actually a big day for us here at Uncrowned HQ. It's the Uncrowned holiday party, everyone, going down this evening. Yes, everyone's very excited. All the details under wraps. It's all very top secret, and still unclear if everyone's going to be showing up.
Well, we thought maybe the hamstring thing was your way of saying you can't make it.
Some of the RSVPs have sort of trickled in at a glacial pace.
Who's to check?
But
who's the maybe?
I think Ariel's the maybe.
Ariel's the maybe. F you, Frankie, all right? I'm the one that established this. I'm the one that kept asking about this. I'm the one that kept saying, like, what about this day? What about that day? I hate that I get painted as this guy who doesn't step up or doesn't want to show up. It's just not true.
I appreciate that you waited till I was back instead of doing it November 26th.
That was discussed.
That was one of the dates he threw out.
We wanted to mention to you.
That was discussed. There was some talk of maybe you coming in, But I think in the end today worked for everyone. Everyone seems available. We'll find out.
Bring the panettone.
I've secured it. Okay, I just want to say that. Little soup dumplings is going to be fantastic.
My man.
Yes, that's right.
We just gave out a lot of the details.
Today on the program, 5-pack of guests from around the world of combat. Like I said, the youngest active champion in the world of boxing, young man named Abdullah Mason, the pride of Ohio, of Cleveland. They love him over there. The Browns giving him a shout out. He just won his belt, the WBO title, in Riyadh, defeating Sam Noakes. Interestingly enough, he's had a feud with Keyshawn Davis, who we've had on the program a couple times in studio. Keyshawn misses weight, gets stripped of the belt. In walks his rival, Abdullah Mason. We'll talk to him at about 3:45. At 3:15, Malcolm Wellmaker. So another up-and-coming 135-pounder. The 135-pound division very much in focus right now. Of course, Merab defending his title on Saturday. It's on our minds. Sugar Sean yesterday, etc., etc., etc. Our first chat with Malcolm since the loss, the shocking loss to Ethan Ewing. Remember, we had him in studio. It seemed like everything was gearing up for a big explosion of superstardom for one Malcolm Wellmaker. It hasn't quite worked out that way. He stumbles against Ewing at MSG. Who hasn't over the course of the last 30, 40 years? But the ceiling is still high. Looking forward to seeing how he's handling it, how he's going to rebound, what the plan is. Just, it's a big moment in his career. So going to check in with him about that. Looking forward to that chat. That is at 3:15. At 2:15, the pride of Scotland, Chris Bungard, who, as our own Pete Carroll has said, might just be the most interesting man in all of combat sports. He's a renaissance man. He does a little pro wrestling. He's done a lot of MMA. Most recently fought and won over at Cage Warriors, has won his last 3 in a row. He proudly supports his home country, big Celtic fan as well, has dabbled in the world of movies, is friends with a lot of famous people over in Hollywood. He's seen and done it all. Very interesting guy. Great backstory as well. Looking forward to getting into it all with him in studio at about 2:15. I know he might not be a household name here in North America, but trust me on this, very, very fun guy, very interesting guy. It's going to be a great chat at 2:15. At around 1:45, we're going to be joined by Bill Haney, of course, the father of Devin Haney, who was victorious also on that Riyadh card, very outspoken, a lot to talk to Bill about as it pertains to what Devin is going to do next, but also just the state of boxing right now. It's a very interesting place. Hold that thought. More on that in a second. And then in about 8 or so minutes from now, Carlos Silva, the head man over at TNA, also Invicta as well, works for Anthem Sports. They had a massive, massive announcement yesterday, their new deal with AMC. It's going to be called Thursday Night Impact, and it begins January 15th, emanating from Dallas. And I wanted to have him on to talk about that, how hard it was to get that deal, the relationship with WWE. What's going on with Invicta as well? So we'll talk to Carlos about that, former executive of one World Series of Fighting, the man who kind of ushered in the Kayla Harrison era. Before we get into all of that, though, couple news and notes to hit off the top. The first pertaining to one Terrence Bud Crawford. So about 81 days ago, Terrence Crawford became the undisputed super middleweight champion. That's 168 pounds when he defeated Canelo Alvarez at Allegiant Stadium on Netflix. Well, it wasn't as short as when Alexander Usyk became undisputed champion after defeating Tyson Fury and the IBF took their title away. But it's just a little bit later. Here comes the WBC saying we're taking away our version of that belt, our piece of the pie. There it is, courtesy of uncrowned.com, the number one unbiased combat sports platform in the world. Terrence Crawford stripped of WBC title over sanctioning fees. A dispute between the WBC and their president, Mauricio Suleiman, and one Terrence Crawford. Suleiman at the convention in Bangkok. There was a WBC convention over in Bangkok announcing that they are stripping him because Terrence Crawford has not paid his dues. That's what you have to do. You have to pay the sanctioning bodies. And this is what TKO is saying. Why do you have to pay them? Don't pay them. Don't adhere to their crazy rules. Well, Mauricio Suleiman spoke to BoxingScene.com and explained why they felt like they had to do that. Here's what he had to say.
He did not comply with the rules. Then he moves up to super middle and makes the fight of the century, beats Canelo, makes $50 million or around that. The WBC absolutely is not going to charge 3% of such an amount. We made a very clear 0.6%, which is $300,000, with $225,000 going to the Jose Sulaiman Boxers Fund, which is to help former fighters in need. And it is just regrettable. Not even a thank you or or I'm sorry, taking a different route, no response. I wish him the best. But this is not. The WBC is huge, it's great, it's about greatness, and I'm relieved, to tell you the truth.
In the midst of all of this, Terrence Crawford went on X, aka Twitter, was a part of a massive tweet storm talking about all kinds of things. He did go on his Instagram, though, in case you were wondering how he felt about the WBC taking away their super middleweight title. And by the way, they ordered a bout between Hamza Shiraz and Christian Mbili, my guy, straight out of Montreal, which is not a bad fight at all, honestly. And who knows if it actually gets made. I would love to see that fight. Terrence is the man at 168. He just beat Canelo, won that title fair and square. Anyway, here's Terrence Crawford on Instagram kind of reacting to all of this. Great stuff.
But do y'all see them, though? Do y'all see them, though? Y'all see them, though? And I'm missing two. Still in the plastic, don't worry about it. Y'all see them, though? Undisputed. Undisputed. That's Canelo right there, guys. That's Canelo right there. That's Spence right there. That's Ndongo right there. They just didn't put him on there. Undisputed. See them ring belts? See them ring belts? Yeah. Yeah. Got another.
He doesn't seem too bothered. Yasidemdo. Yasidemdo. Doesn't seem too bothered by the whole situation. So there's Terrence Crawford, and I suspect we'll see him back. And he has reached a point where it doesn't really matter what belt he's holding. He's one of the biggest stars in the sport, certainly one of the biggest stars fighting out of North America. I don't think he's going to be bothered. And this is what Zuffa is trying to say. Like, these sanctioning fees, all this stuff, this is antiquated, this is old. The fighters shouldn't be doing it. Come over here on this side of the fence. Come over here, and we'll do things our way, and you can fight for our title. Of course, one of the things that they're trying to do is make some changes, if you will, to the Ali Act. And they announced earlier in the week that Mike Tyson is on board with these changes. So they're getting some big names to support their cause. Here's what Tyson had to say via a press release. Muhammad Ali has always been my hero, both inside and outside the ring. Supporting these revisions honors the spirit of the original Ali Act by closing loopholes that have allowed some promoters to regain monopolistic control over fighters' careers. This new legislation restores balance, allowing boxers to choose their own path while preserving the integrity of the sport. The act does not alter the opportunities of those who are comfortable with the current system. It simply adds options for fighters who wish to pursue a different path that better suits their career goals. So there you have it. Mike saying, this is good. Don't listen to the noise. You have my vote. I'm down. Also, by the way, at this WBC convention, Alexander Usyk is all over the place. He's been holding court as well, and he was asked about the Anthony Joshua-Jake Paul fight, and then said something very interesting about Jake Paul. Take a listen to this.
If Anthony Joshua won, Anthony killed this guy. Listen, a lot of questions, blah, blah, blah. Only one my answer. Anthony Joshua is Olympic champion. First, Jack Paul, it's a sportsman, YouTuber, showman. Rolls Royce, Fiat. Listen, it's true. Yeah, I'm not. Типа я не обзываюсь.
I have nothing bad in mind.
Yeah. It's just true. It's business, more money. Only this.
So we need to pray for Jake Paul.
Yes. I will pray Jake Paul because I want fight with Jake Paul in Octagon.
Now, how about that? He wants to fight with Jake Paul in Octagon. Now, he says Octagon, you think UFC. I think he just means in an MMA fight. And this is not the first time that Usyk has talked about this. He doesn't want to box Jake Paul. He wants to fight him in MMA. Could you imagine Jake Paul versus Alexander Usyk in mixed martial arts? And I don't know if he's joking. I don't think he's joking. Maybe he's joking. I'm not sure. But that was yesterday. So Alexander Usyk, who we presume is still going to fight and is going to come back in 2026, still seems very interested in fighting Jake Paul. And it is wild, for as much as people want to criticize and say what they will about Jake, you have the biggest stars in the sport who are either campaigning, volunteering, or signing up to fight him. Again, remember, Canelo Alvarez was this close to fighting Jake in May. Like, the signature was like, it was that far away from happening. Like, it was like there. And then he got a better deal at the 11th hour. Did want to show one other thing pertaining to boxing. Chris Bungard Jr. yesterday posting a pretty scary video of what appears to be him being hospitalized. This is pretty shocking and scary stuff. He says, I've been dealing with a lot of health issues over the last year, and yeah, it all finally caught up to me last month. I will not box again until I'm back to 100%, and I don't know when that will be. But one thing's for certain, for the fans that have supported me through thick and thin, I will do everything in my power to make sure that one day the old me makes a big comeback. Now, we're not quite sure what that is, what's going on there. I don't know if he's under like anesthesia. I don't know what the state of his health is in that moment. We're not even quite sure like where that is or when that happened and when that was shot. Was that before the fight, after the fight? But nevertheless, that is a pretty alarming update from one Chris Bungard Jr. So we do wish him the best and hope that he makes a very speedy recovery. Okay, a lot more to come as far as news and notes are concerned. But for now, we're going to transition to our first guest of the day. They had their own piece of news, massive news, which came out yesterday morning. We had been wondering for quite some time, all right, what is going to happen with TNA Wrestling? Because over the summer, we had Carlos Silva, who is the president of Anthem Sports, and as a result, oversees the growth, development, and distribution of TNA Wrestling, Invicta FC, and the Fight Network. We had been hearing about them looking for a TV deal here in the United States, a new home, an opportunity to grow. We've been talking about their trajectory and how, you know, they've had this resurgence and how the deal with NXT and WWE has really helped, you know, bring them back to life, all this stuff and more. And we were wondering when that other shoe would drop, when we would hear news about their new TV deal heading into 2026. Well, yesterday we found out it is in fact going to be on AMC. That's the big news. AMC being the home of TNA Wrestling. You know, I love this stuff. Been talking about Top Rank for a while and where PFL is going to go. And obviously earlier in the year, UFC and ESPN, WWE going to ESPN, UFC going to Paramount. So all these things are very interesting to me. And now we know it's going to be Thursday Night Impact beginning mid-January on AMC, TNA's new home. What a history for this company, from the early weekly pay-per-view days to the Spike days to the Discover America days to the Access TV days to now AMC. Let's talk to the man who made the deal happen. The one and only Carlos Silva is here. Hello, Carlos. How are you?
I'm doing great. Nice to see you, Ariel.
Great to see you, and thanks so much for doing this, and congratulations to you and the whole team. Can I ask, given the climate that we're in, the media climate, it's so interesting, it's evolving, there's streaming now, it's not just linear television. How difficult was this deal to get done? How hard was it to get it over the line in the year 2025, a deal like this?
It was hard. It was hard. We started this process, I mean, you know, because we spoke over the summer and we've been speaking. It's been a long year. We started it in April. We've had, you know, many calls. And as you said, I mean, especially now, the media landscape around all of the moving parts, whether it's properties moving from platform to platform, platforms changing, platforms being in live, platforms not being in live, just a lot of moving parts. And so you got to find the right moment. You got to get a little lucky, and you got to find the right partner. And in the end, we did, and we found a partner that's really excited about putting their big toe into live and live sports and entertainment, and using TNA as that beginning for them on Thursday nights with TNA Impact with AMC. So it's super exciting news. None of these deals are easy, as you know, Ariel, but it's always great to get them done.
Yeah, and so you mentioned like this platform, this property that everyone knows about, that had a great run with the likes of Mad Men and Walking Dead and you know, Breaking Bad, etc. And and they haven't been synonymous with live sports. And so could you tell us how this came about? Did you guys pitch them? Did they come to you and say, we're interested, we've heard? Could you give us some of the details as far as how this relationship came about?
Yeah, sure. No, I don't know if I had mentioned it, but CAA was our partner and helped us in setting up all these meetings. We had many calls with so many different outlets. Some that we've all known for so many years and done many deals with. Going back in my case, even back to the Universal Sports or World Series of Fighting or PFL days. But we had a great first call with AMC. They were literally the best first call we had. There was something about them being very intrigued about wanting to have a weekly show, wanting to start to get into the live sports and entertainment business. And they liked TNA, and I think they felt like they also could help to lift up TNA. We knew that being on a foundational network like AMC, that's basically on the first page of everyone's program guide, would give us the audience lift that we've needed, and it worked from there. I mean, we had a couple of months, we were working through it. We got through the summer, and then it really got serious as we got to the end of the summer, and we worked through the deal and got it done a couple of weeks ago. That the teams are already working really well together as we start to plan for January 15th and the live debut.
Was there a point where you were worried that maybe this wouldn't get over the line and you guys would have to stream your own shows or keep it on Access, something like that, where it just was too hard to get this done?
Oh, sure. I mean, I finally slept well last night. I've had a lot of sleepless nights. I mean, again, Ariel, you mentioned it when you asked the question at the beginning. Everything is changing in this landscape every single day. So any day that the deal wasn't done was a day that something else could happen. Someone could buy someone could change something, a strategy could change. There's so many moving pieces. So until these deals are done, they're never done. And I said that throughout the summer. We got lucky, and some of the hard work that we put in helped us get the luck so that we could come together with AMC as a partner.
And I know you probably won't mention, but were you looking at other people? Was it down to AMC and another entity or a couple other entities? How many finalists were you looking at here?
It probably started out, I'd say there was between 6 and 8 originally that we started to hit up. I mean, most of the folks that you would know, no big surprises. Everyone's talking to everyone. But there's also, some networks that, aren't allowed to talk to us based on the other programming that they might have on their network. So in the end, we sort of got it down to 3, and then we got it down to 2, and, really proceeded with AMC because we knew they were the right partner. And so when we really got down to the real serious negotiations of getting the deal done, it was with AMC.
Could you tell us who the other 2 were?
I don't think it would be the right thing to do. I mean, if I don't think any of them would be surprises. Everyone's talking to everyone, but no, I mean, I don't think it's right. They were very supportive of us, and we had good relationships and ended them. And you never know what might happen years to come. But
sure.
Like I said, we got serious with AMC and just proceeded down that path over the last sort of 30, 45 days to get the deal done.
So the first show is January 15th, Texas, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, and that is live. I remember you telling me that the hope was 52 weeks live. Is that the plan, or is it going to rotate? How is it going to be as far as live is concerned?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And I'm a live guy. I've been in the live sports business my whole career. We did a little more live this year. I think we're going to do a little more live in that first 3 to 6 months. And we'll sort of get our rhythm with our new partner. And then I think in the second half, we'll decide how much more live we can do based on operations and just finances and also just the logistics of being live on a weekly basis. I think we're going to be smart in these first 6 months and make sure that we do all the right things to kick the partnership off right and not do too many extra things that could get in the way of that. But certainly doing a little more live in the first 6 months is in the cards. It's also why we're debuting live.
Okay, but it will still be a weekly show, right?
Every Thursday night, 9 to 11, 52 weeks a year in 2026. Absolutely a weekly show.
And so I'm guessing sometimes like you'll have a live show and then tape next week's show, that type of thing from the same venue. And that's what those other shows will be when it's not live?
Correct. Yes. So in some of those instances, we'll stay at a venue on maybe the Friday night or the Saturday night after the live show on a Thursday and get in a TV taping or two for the next couple of Thursdays. Correct.
Okay. And what about pay-per-views? What's the breakdown going to be as far as the new year is concerned and moving forward?
Yeah, so the pay-per-views will stay the same. We'll have 4 pay-per-views in 2026. We've got Genesis will be the first pay-per-view that will be right after our live debut on AMC on the Saturday after Dallas. That will be Genesis, which will be the first big pay-per-view of the year.
Okay, as you know, the UFC moving off pay-per-view now with their Paramount deal, and it seems like more and more entities are doing that. WWE did it a few years ago, and there aren't that many left. Do you foresee a day and age where you guys aren't on pay-per-view?
I think it all depends on how things come together. I mean, TNA Plus is still an important platform for us. You can still get our pay-per-views on that platform. I just don't think we've ever had a partner like AMC. So I would say that all of those kinds of questions will be on the table once the partnership comes together. But the partnership is for TNA Impact on Thursday nights.
Okay. There's many ways to skin a rights deal, right? There's barters, there's time buys, there's a lot of money being paid. Could you give us any details as far as what the nature of this deal is? Like, is this a multi-million-dollar deal going from AMC to TNA? Is it a barter deal? Is it a time buy? That to me is very interesting when it comes to a deal like this.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is that it's definitely not a time buy. It's a partnership that has upside as we build TNA into a bigger property. AMC is very happy and interested in that upside. And for TNA, there's a lot of upside in the deal as well. And financially, it really helps us get where we need to be in 2026 and beyond.
Okay, so you're happy with it?
Very happy with it, yes.
Sometimes, as you know, I don't think I'm prying. When rights deals are announced, we know exactly like how much they're for. The NBA deal, the NFL deal, the UFC deal. Are you willing to share how much this is for?
No, I think right now we're not going to share. I think as part of the partnership, once we really launch and come together and the deal really sort of takes off, then I think we'll be able to talk a little bit more about it, Ariel. But I think for right now, being a new partner, we've decided that we really want to just launch the partnership the right way first and grow it.
There were some rumors I saw online that this deal signaled the end of your relationship with WWE. I didn't quite understand why. If anything, I thought this deal would be sort of a byproduct of it, and that deal, the WWE deal, helped strengthen TNA. Could you clarify that and clear up once and for all? What is the status of your working relationship with WWE and NXT?
Yeah, Ariel, probably why you didn't understand it is because it made no sense, and there's zero like factual anything to that statement. Things are going great. I mean, Leon Slater was on the CW last night in an 8-way on the NXT show. There's all kinds of things in process as we work with WWE and NXT on a whole bunch of wrestlers moving back and forth. As you know, Li Ying just won the belt back at Madison Square Garden just a few weeks ago, and it was really nice that Shawn Michaels and the team allowed me to go into the ring and give her her TNA belt. That now as the world champion, first Chinese world champion ever. Amazing moment. So no, things are great. I really don't. I read it and just sort of scratched my head. I had no idea even where it came from. Things are going great, and I think they're going to just be even better now that hopefully we'll be able to give a little bit back to WWE and NXT by having their superstars come on AMC Network, a bigger platform that is good for everybody.
Did WWE help you guys get this deal?
It depends on what you mean by help. I think if I would answer the question from a day-to-day business development standpoint, no, we did it ourselves inside along with CAA as our partner and agent to help us with the deal. But did they help us? Absolutely. I mean, our 2025 was great because of WWE and NXT. So many integrations. Joe Henry running into WrestleMania. So many. Every Tuesday night we've been on the CW on NXT. I think all of that exposure absolutely helped us get the AMC deal done. It helped to elevate TNA as a platform, and we're super appreciative for it. Any
particular reason why Thursday was chosen?
I think everyone's kind of marked their spot in the sand, Ariel, in the wrestling week. Thursday, we've been on Thursday nights for quite a while now. Been a high-rated show on Access TV, and I think in working with AMC, they like Thursday night. They like Thursday night kind of going into the weekend and their audience. And so we stuck to it. The one change we've made that you might notice is that we're going to be on from 9 to 11 Eastern time versus 8 to 10 Eastern time. And that's because AMC really thinks that's the right slot for them and their fan base and our fan base to really provide the biggest audience on Thursday nights.
And the other slight change is the official name is now Thursday Night Impact, right?
Correct. Yes. Thursday Night Impact on AMC. That's right.
Okay. And just curious, we talked in the past about, potential investment and whatnot. I had also seen some rumors of Lorenzo Fertitta being interested in purchasing TNA Wrestling. Is there any truth to that? Was there any truth to that?
No, I mean we've known them having been in and around the MMA space and certainly knowing the TKO folks well, and the Fertittas being such a big part of those things going on. But no, there's no truth to the rumors in terms of them being an investor in TNA.
Is Anthem happy with TNA? Is TNA for sale? What does this deal do to the sort of state of TNA under the Anthem portfolio?
I can tell you that Anthem Sports and Entertainment is much happier today than they were, yesterday when we did the announcement. Now that the announcement is out, I think our owners, our board, our investors are really excited about what TNA did in 2025, and they're looking forward to helping us to grow it in 2026 and beyond. Now that we've got a great outlet in the USA, and we've got great partners in other countries, with a great Sportsnet deal in Canada, a really nice and good deal with Claro in Mexico and 14 other South American countries, as well as our deal with WBD in India. So I think we just continue to grow the platforms. There's a whole bunch of other countries that we're looking at in terms of expansion also in 2026.
You did mention Joe Hendry. Could you tell us officially what is his status? Has he signed with WWE? Is he leaving TNA?
Joe is now part. You'll see him on NXT all the time. As part of our partnership, you may see Joe come back and be on TNA shows, because that's just part of what we do with WWE and NXT is share wrestlers.
Okay, but he's a WWE wrestler now.
That's right.
How do you feel about that?
I'm super happy for Joe. I'm super happy for WWE. We kind of all worked on it together, and Joe's a great talent and a super good guy.
Okay. That was the one thing that I think some people thought might be inevitable with him being featured so much on WWE, that eventually he might move over. And that's maybe the gift and the curse, for lack of a better term, of the relationship, because now there's a chance to get to know some of your talent, not implying at all that they're going to try to poach guys. But we kind of talked about this the last time you were in here.
Yeah, look, I mean, the partnership is going well, and we've talked about it. We hope that TNA creates talent that WWE wants. That means that we're also doing a great job in building talent. And that's why you see, some new superstars, whether they're knockouts or whether they're on our guys roster, appearing, on the NXT shows, being part of the storylines, being in tag matches, and showing off what these great TNA wrestlers can do. So that's all part of growing the brand, and we embrace it, and I think it's going great for everyone, and hopefully the fans are enjoying it as well.
Now that you've been out in the wild and you've talked to the executives and you've seen what the landscape is, the one story that I'm fascinated by is Top Rank Boxing still not having its own deal. Their last show was in July. It's now almost 5 months later. Does this surprise you, knowing what executives are saying, knowing what the budgets are right now? It's an interesting time for combat sports. Golden Boy's deal is up with DAZN. Matchroom's deal is up next year. PFL's deal is up next year. The UFC, WWE got their deals. You got your deal, etc. AEW got their deal. But are you surprised that a Top Rank doesn't, or does it kind of make sense knowing what you've seen now in this process?
There's not that many outlets. And you need to sort of find the right outlet at the right time. It's, as you know, Ariel, it's a bunch of puzzle pieces. And you can't just think, I want to be on this network or I want to be on that network. It's everything else that the network's got. And by the way, it's not just combat, it's all of the other properties, from the Olympics to all the major sports to college football to, everything, and how all the puzzle pieces fit together. So it's just not easy to get it done. Look, Top Rank's been around a long time. There's a lot of great properties that are still out there. And I think we all know that live sports and entertainment is super important to the media landscape. So I think that's why all those properties exist, and they'll find a good home.
AMC Plus, how does that tie into all of this?
So if you're an AMC Plus subscriber, you'll also be able to watch TNA on Thursday nights, simulcast on AMC Plus. You'll also still be able to watch it on TNA Plus simulcast. As you know, I'd like to say that AMC is in every single home in America. It's in a whole bunch of homes, but it's not in every single home. So there's still got to be other outlets for you to be able to watch TNA, and both AMC Plus and TNA Plus are two of those outlets in the USA to do that.
Okay. Also wanted to ask you, last time you were here, I asked you about you becoming an on-screen character. And you said you're more of a behind-the-scenes guy, but I've noticed more and more you have been on screen in certain angles and whatnot. And so are we moving in this direction, and are you enjoying that?
I'm enjoying it very much, but I'm enjoying it, really as the president of TNA. I really enjoyed, the other night in Madison Square Garden with Lei Ying winning the championship, and the NXT folks allowing me to go in the ring and put the belt around her waist, and she was so excited and was so happy. And so I'm going to continue to be the president of TNA, and the president of TNA is going to represent the talent and the athletes and the organization as the president should. And that's the quote character that I play, but that's a real life character. That's the same character that I'm playing right now on your show, which is representing the brand. And as you know, Ariel, I've done it for a number of years with a bunch of properties, and I do very much enjoy it, and work hard to try and represent the brand well.
Could you tell us how many years this deal is for?
It's multiple years.
Okay,
is what I can tell you.
Fair enough.
It's a multi-year deal.
Do you think? Obviously, the relationship with WWE is there. It's strong. It's present. Is the hope by the end of 2026 for you guys to be the number 2 brand in pro wrestling? Is that the goal? Is that what you're shooting for?
I think we're shooting to be a great brand other than WWE. WWE is far and away the number 1 brand. And so, we want to be a great other brand that you can watch wrestlers and you can enjoy week in and week out, and enjoy kind of the brand TNA wrestling that, has some legends that have been in the market for, 20 and 30 years, but also has some really great young talent that we've developed, and how do we mix those together? Whether, I'll let you tell us if we're number two. I'm just trying to build TNA into a great property, and AMC is a big puzzle piece of that that's going to really help us do that.
December 5th, Final Resolution. You'll have a couple of Impact tapings on the 6th and 7th. January 15th from Dallas, first show, Thursday Night Impact on AMC. Genesis, as you said, in January. Before I let you go, I did want to ask you about Invicta. 3 shows in 2025 and nothing planned or at least announced as of yet. Could you tell us about the state of Invicta?
Yeah, so we did do a couple of good shows this year. CBS Sports Network broadcast those shows. We've done a couple of sort of repackaged shows. We actually did one just a couple of weeks ago on CBS Sports Network. There's going to be another one coming out in December, sort of a highlight show from 2025. And we're working with Shannon and the rest of the team on a possible relaunch in February or March of next year. And as soon as those plans get finalized, Ariel, I'd love to come on the show and tell you about them. I think they're going to be exciting. And we just got to work through a couple of operational issues. And hopefully that'll get relaunched in the 2026 season. And we are actively looking at, where we should relaunch that.
Okay, and when you say relaunch, what does that mean? Is that like a rebrand? Is it like a different Invicta? What do you mean by relaunch?
We're just looking at the format for the night of fights and what the right format for the fights should be, and we think we've got some exciting ideas that are almost finalized.
Okay, looking forward to that. I know you're also very excited about Kayla Harrison getting a shot on that first Paramount Plus card against the GOAT. Amanda Nunes, what do you think? You think she gets it done? She beats the GOAT?
Look, I have yet to root against Kayla. I mean, Kayla's, near and dear to my heart, and everything that she's done over these years since we first sat down and signed her to her first deal back in 2019, I think it was. I think it's very tough for an athlete to come back after being off at the highest levels against another athlete that's at the highest level that she's ever been. So I think Kayla is going to do what Kayla does. And I think she's very strong and powerful. And she said it, and I agree. If she gets her on the ground too, that's where Kayla thrives. But I'm rooting for Kayla. I think she'll get it done. I think it's going to be a great fight in any case, though. I mean, you can never, say enough about what Amanda has done and how tough she is. I just think it's tough when you haven't been in the cage for, the time that she's been off. And I think Kayla will have gets the nod and has the upper hand.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate it very much. Good luck to you and the team. Congratulations once again. I think this is very cool. It's great. And love to see the growth of the brand and that they're still kicking it and still thriving. TNA, a company near and dear to my heart as well. And so it's great to see for the wrestling business. Really happy for you guys. Thanks so much for coming on.
Great. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it.
There he is, the president of TNA Wrestling, president of Anthem Sports, Invicta FC, Fight Network under that umbrella as well. I say TNA near and dear to my heart. I was a student in college watching the weekly pay-per-views. I would buy them for $9.99 because I thought it was cool. Post WCW that there was a challenger brand, if you will, led by the Jarretts, Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Jarrett. And so I would buy those every Wednesday for $9.99, which was a tall task. Like, it was a big ask back in the day. And they had something. They had some good names on there, the likes of Raven, etc. And then they started to build and got on Spike TV, and it was Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle and Sting, and obviously Hogan and Bischoff came over, Vince Russo, and I got to do one thing backstage. We talked to Vince about that last week, and they were going up, and then it seemed like they were going down to the point where it really seemed like they were in trouble. And as of late, over the last, 2 or so years, feels like it's been a steady climb back up. In fact, their Bound for Glory attendance was their highest attended event ever. Almost 8,000 people attended back in October. They had a show, Slammiversary, on Long Island in July. That was a pretty damn good show as far as attendance as well. The relationship with NXT, I don't know why it would end, unless WWE is mad about something, but I can't imagine why they would be. I think it's benefited both very well, and now they're on AMC. It would make all the sense in the world for it to continue. That's a big platform. It's a big network. So this is good for the business. It's good. You've got Monday Night Raw on Netflix on Mondays here in America, Tuesday NXT CW, Wednesday AEW on TBS, Thursdays now Impact on AMC, and then SmackDown on Fridays on USA, and then Collision on Saturday. You have wrestling on every single night, essentially, of the week. That is wild. What a time. What a time to be alive. All right. In a matter of moments, we are going to be joined by the one and only, the outspoken, the inimitable, the often imitated, never duplicated, Bill Haney, who is never afraid to speak up, to share what's on his mind. His son, Devin Haney, victorious a little less than 2 weeks ago over in Riyadh, becoming a 3-division world champion. He won the WBO welterweight title, and so now has won a belt in 3 different weight classes. We spoke to Devin about that last week. He defeated Brian Norman via unanimous decision. Now 33-0, 1 no contest, 50 knockouts, Devin Haney. And afterwards, Devin and Bill clapping back at all the haters. There was some bad blood going into that fight between Bill and Brian Norman Sr. A lot to be discussed as far as the 147-pound weight class. That's the welterweight division. That's the division in which he just won that belt. There's been some talk of Ryan Garcia fighting Mario Barrios for that WBC title. It seems like the Haneys are targeting one Rolly Romero. WBC saying that Conor Benn is the mandatory recently. Actually, at that same convention that we talked about at the top of the show, there seems to be some bad blood between the Haneys and the Benns as well. It's a fascinating time in the world of boxing with what, Alexander Usyk is talking about, Terrence Crawford's next move, what's Canelo's next move going to be, Zuffa Boxing starting, we presume, at the beginning of 2026, what's going to happen with the Ali Act, some recent PED issues popping up as well, Janabek, Subriel Matias, obviously and that was Austrian as well, obviously the Ryan Garcia stuff has reared its ugly head again, as it usually does when it gets a little hot and heavy. We did find out about the Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez card that is scheduled for January 31st. I actually said on the show on Monday that January 31st is going to be Knicks Lakers. That's actually February 1st. So it does seem like Madison Square Garden would make the most sense for a fight of that stature. I don't think that it could happen, over in Queens. I don't know if those tennis stadiums are insulated enough, and I wouldn't suggest for it to happen over there because I think that it's just too far out. It's too remote. MSG would be perfect. Actually, what would be perfect is Newark, the Prudential Center, because that's where Shakur is from, and that's where he's the biggest draw. And Teofimo's fans would travel over there, but the Mecca is the Mecca, and I love seeing big fights at the Mecca, not the theater, the actual, the Big Dog Arena, the world's most famous arena. So we could get into all of that and more with the one and only Bill Haney, who is kind enough to join us right here and now. Yes, there he is. Hello, Bill. How are you?
Hey, thank you for having me, man. Listen, it's always a pleasure when I come on here on the Ariel Helwani Show.
Well, I appreciate that. I was worried that you were ducking us because initially you were supposed to come in studio. I was looking forward to a face-to-face.
Well, wait a minute now. You wanted me to come in here. I came in smooth. You mentioned the wrong word, duck, when it's in relation to Devin Haney. You see, I got the DHP on here.
That's right.
Ariel, who sent you? And I want you to ask the tough questions because we don't got a whole lot of time.
Okay.
And listen, I'm here representing Debo, and he's Deboing the entire 147-pound weight division, the glamour division, the division that normally historically has all the champions wanting to fight. But now that Debo done showed up, they're tucking their belts. I don't want to say tucking their tails because then that might be borderline disrespectful. But being that you started it off already, let's get to it, Ariel.
No.
What's going on?
And by the way, I don't want that smoke. I was excited to have you in studio, so I don't want any heat with the great Bill Haney. Trust me on that. Who's Debo, by the way? Who are you referring to there?
Man, listen, the guy, Debo himself, Devin the Dream Haney.
Okay.
And he's been Deboing the sport of boxing for quite some time. It built up some momentum, and I was trying to figure out. Now I don't know if you remember the character, but
sure.
In the movie Friday.
Okay? Yes, of course, yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, when he showed up, what did they do? They started putting away their jury. All of a sudden, nobody was doing nothing. Everybody was kicking back. Everybody had something else to do. And it sounds kind of like Rolly Romero. Where did he go and where was he talking? Listen, I've been to every buffet, every smorgasbord, and I know he's lurking, sitting around there, because if he was hungry and he was really the fighter that I know Rolly Romero to be, he would be stepping up to this opportunity to unify in the division. We want the ring belt. Listen, I got to go in there and tell you, we want the ring belt. We should have gotten it when we fought Brian Norman after that performance, and everybody was scared and they was quiet and they had bet against Dev. And guess what? Now they're even more quiet. What are they betting on now, Ariel?
Okay, so there's so many people that we can respond to here. First, let me ask you about the performance against Brian Norman just a couple of weeks ago in Riyadh. Were you happy with your son's performance?
If you hated Brian Norman so much, I thought you guys loved him. We would have stopped him. We would have laid him out. We would have applied even more pressure. But when he was on his back and Devin stood over him, I thought that you guys would have been happy with that. But now I see everybody is saying blood, blood, blood. Listen, let's not get any more graphic because we want it to get out to all the listeners that what's really going on. I mean, what kind of performance when you step up? You fight a champion in George Kambosos over in Australia. I mean, listen, let's be honest. Lomachenko ducked the fade. Lomachenko didn't want to go to Australia after George Kambosos put that hellacious ass whipping on Teofimo Lopez. And now we're building Teofimo Lopez up to be the guy that he is. Okay, I don't have any problem with it. May him and Shakur fight for the 140-pound title, and whenever they get through, the 147-pound division is filled with a bunch of smoke, and it's Devin the Dream Haney, a.k.a. Debo. Now.
Okay, let me ask you, when you're watching your son's fight, when you're living it, again, you're reliving it, you're watching it, you're enjoying the performance against Brian Norman, and I thought it was phenomenal, and you know I have great respect and admiration for your son, and they keep cutting to Conor Benn yawning and sleeping on Eddie Hearn's shoulders. How do you feel about that?
Well, I didn't know what kind of, you know what I mean? I'm a guy that's I'm open to a lot of things. I don't know if that was a section where it was the soft porn. I don't know what was going on, but it looked real suspect to me. It didn't look like energy coming from a real UK fighter during a fight. Now, listen, when you got a chance to see all the different, if you understand pugilism, if you understand boxing, then you understand that Devin stood right in front of the guy. If you go back and look at it, you look and see who was doing the grabbing. Was it Devin or was it Brian Norman? Ariel, you tell me.
Listen, I thought it was a great performance when he knocked him down. I thought it was huge. It would have been great to get the stoppage, but I thought it was a systematic, dominant beatdown of a guy that everyone thought would knock him out, would knock out your son.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now, who was doing the grabbing? If you go back and look at the film, it was Brian Norman, the one that was doing the grabbing, and it was Devin that we kept yelling, "Chip away, champ, chip away." And every time Devin, he would get boom, 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 boom. He was stealing. And you know, Brian Norman Jr. came out and Brian Norman Sr. came out and said that it was, you know, and you listen to what people say, what they don't say, and what they never will say. When they first came out, and what he said was it was a masterful performance. Devin did what we said we were going to do. We were going to handicap him, and then we were going to show him that it was levels above it. So when you talk about a champion, you talk about who Brian Norman is and being a young fighter and all that. Where was the urgency? Where was the urgency? We know we had administered the maximum punishment and put him down, and we had took away the fight in him, and his dad was asking for something that he couldn't do, but no different than him, no different than Lomachenko. In the 12th round, What's happening? What's going on? We've beaten the will out of them. When I said that Devin has fought, let me go back to the first champion of George Kambosos. He hurt him over in Australia and went and did the job that nobody wanted to do, including Teofimo Lopez in the rematch. Then we stepped up to Regis Prograis, another fighter that they said was dangerous and who would want to fight him, right? Hurt him too. Then Brian Norman, beat Norm the Storm that they said that he was going to get caught in. And what happened? He hurt him too.
Mm-hmm. Well, where did things go wrong with you and Eddie Hearn? At one time, you guys were like two peas in a pod. Where did things go wrong?
There's nothing going wrong when you have the Hearn family, and then you have the no other than the great the Hearns and the the other British promoter, distinguished gentleman, the Warren family.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of the Hearns and the Haney family, right? And whatever that he's talking about, I'm sure that we can settle it with our fighters in the ring and make for a great event. But when he starts down talking, he starts saying all the wrong talking points to get the I should say, what we call those guys that don't understand boxing, that just believe in the bullshit. Knuckleheads. How about when he gets the knuckleheads involved and talk about it's a snooze fest and it's all these other things? Come on, man. Be honest to the people. What you witnessed was a masterclass performance. You saw a technician disarm a puncher, a very athletic and determined puncher, and we handicapped him.
Do you have any idea how Turki Al-Sheikh felt about the fight? Because when Eddie was asked about it, he said no comment. Eddie was asked, what did Turki say about the fight? He said no comment.
Why would you ask?
I didn't ask him.
Eddie.
I haven't asked him. I saw interviews of him. I didn't ask him.
Listen, everyone knows that Turki speaks for himself. We don't do any speaking. No one speaks for Turki. And when you do the little ad libs and all that shit, you know what I mean? You lead the people. You lead the people to believe. Thank you. You lead the people to believe. Thank you.
What's happening?
You lead the. Thank you. Okay. You lead the people to believe something that's not true. I got a chance to talk to Turki at the end of the fight.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And he wanted to know, along with Dr. Rakan, what are the plans next? That's right.
There's nobody over
there. Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Oh.
They're trying to cramp our style over there. What's going on?
No. They know that I get excited when I come on your show. You know what I mean? So they're gonna find a place for me right back here where I can give you all the energy that you need.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we don't want to stifle you. So could you tell us? Could you answer that question for us? The question they asked you. What is the plan? What do you hope your son does next?
Well, let me get somewhere where.
Yeah. Do your thing.
Hold on one second.
Okay, we're looking for a good spot here. We don't want to stifle your energy. We don't want to suffocate. We want to let Bill cook.
Yes, thank you.
Let Bill cook.
I'll just need to use these or something.
Yeah.
And I just use these here to. Nope, I'll use them right here. There we go.
Yeah, you look fantastic. Nice lighting.
Get you going. Get going right here. There we go.
Yeah,
what you think about this?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Great lighting. You look fantastic. And so tell me, what do you want your son to do next?
Well, the one thing that you do as a champion, you give the other champions an opportunity to unify, right? And a perfect world, right? Will you do exactly what we would be wanting, the champion in the division, to give us an opportunity to be ring champion, the baddest man in the division, so on and so forth.
I was going to ask, are you Haney?
Yes.
Oh, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
Your son all the time.
Hey, thank you, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Look at you, man of the
Appreciate
people.
You.
Man of the people, Bill Haney.
Absolutely. Listen, and this is what it's like. This is what you tell all the fighters, the fathers and trainers, and don't listen to what they're saying. What you get is you get respect and you get admiration from the people for doing what's in your heart is to try to make the best fights that define your fighter's legacy, defines what kind of fighter he is. And you talk about Devin, you talk about all the smoke.
What do you make of yesterday, the WBC announcing that Conor Benn is the #1 contender to Mario Barrios' title?
Well, Conor, when? Since when have we been talking about contenders? We talking about Devin. How many champions has Devin fought?
I know.
Ariel, you've been, how many? A lot, huh?
A lot, yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe, right? And we talk about 3, we challenged 3 champions for them belts. So, with all due respect, I say Conor win. When is he going to do it? Because I've been hearing about him talking about he's going to do it. I've been hearing talking about he's been interim. I've been hearing him talked about this before. But it's Conor win to further notice.
Okay.
All respect to Nigel Benn and the Benn family, but it's still Conor win.
Ryan Garcia coming off a loss, and it sounds like he's in line to fight Mario in February. How do you feel about that?
Well, why would we be concerned about the losers bracket? If you give us a losers bracket, and then you say we took an easy pickings. We want the guy that beat him. See what I'm saying? We beat you to the punch. We didn't, the question you was going to ask, well, what about this guy coming off a loss to fight this guy that come off a controversial? Hey, man, listen, give us the winner. First, you gave us the guy that had put the guy in the hospital and lost his memory. Then we said, instead of the guy that's the hook and all this other stuff, give us the winner, Rolly Romero.
Okay. That's so if it was up to you, Rolly Romero, when and where would be your ideal place for it and when?
Well, tell him stop hiding like he's waiting on some money from Pacquiao and he's trying to do a fight with Pacquiao. It's not happening. Listen, you don't draw enough, you don't bring enough to the table for Pacquiao. Listen, and guess what, Floyd? I wouldn't get in your way. I hope that you and Pacquiao get together and do it again for the people. Do it again for the people as distinguished champions, promoters, men of boxing. Yeah, and then let us handle Rolly Romero. We're going to tighten him up.
Okay. Can I ask you, Bill, a hot topic right now is Zuffa Boxing's entry into the world of boxing and some of the changes that they'd like to make to the Ali Act. As someone who has been in the game for a long time, how do you feel about this? Some of these changes, would you like to see them happen? Would you like to see this bill passed? Or do you think the Ali Act is just fine as it is?
Well, I mean, listen, I believe in free enterprise. I believe in a family working hard and being able to determine their future. And that's what I represent. This management, whether you're going to be able to be the manager and you're going to be able to be the promoter. I don't know if that's the one issue in there that you're discussing, but I think there's several issues in there, and you're not asking me enough, and I'm not versed enough in it to really give a real opinion. I know that boxing right now, for us, and what we represent for other families, you know what I mean? They can't stop. They can't stop you, man. Shout out to Zuffa Boxing and everything that they're gonna come in the game and do. We've watched, Showtime. We've watched HBO. We got Matchroom, we got DAZN, you have Turkey Al-Sheikh coming, so new players in the game brings new life to the business. So I'm all for it.
But Dana White has said that he does not want to mess with the WBC title, IBF. He wants his own title and the ring title. They'll recognize that one.
Well, Debo is coming to get that one too.
Okay. So
Debo is in, you listen, you make it a title and you make it a title of significance that the people value and the people say it's something, and Debo is coming to get it. He wants to come get the WBC, the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, and the ring. But right now, we got our eyes set on Rolly Romero and that ring belt and that WBA that he's holding on tight to.
Part of the reason why I asked this is I'm sure you saw Terrence Crawford had his WBC title taken away. Mauricio Suleiman saying he isn't complying with the fees. They dropped the rate down. He's not answering them. And this is part of the stuff that Dana White talks about. He's like, enough of this stuff. Like, there needs to be an evolution in the sport. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the fees that are imposed on the champions that they have to pay to these sanctioning bodies when they become champions?
Seems like we've been paying the fees for so long that it's just a part of boxing. It's a part of what we've learned to our path to the Mount Rushmore of boxing. Now here you go and say, okay, well, you get these other titles, you get these other things, and we want them too. You know what I mean? Like, we don't say that, oh, the IBF doesn't mean anything. No, we know that the IBF, the WBC, the WBA, the WBO, they all hold weight. And guess where they hold the weight at? At the Haney's house. And we're ready to bring them all in. And if you want to start a new one up, if it's the Zuffa belt and whatever other belt that we're going to bring, we'll take that too.
Just this week, Bill, Subriel Matias, Janabek, PED violations. You lived through the Ryan Garcia situation. Is there, and that's just one of many, is there a PED problem in boxing in your opinion?
Well, it wasn't a PED problem just a year ago. You know what I mean? We weren't asking those questions. So now I'm here to, I don't want to talk about the PEDs. I don't want to go down there. I want to stay focused with becoming a lineal champion.
That's fair. I'm just saying your son was a victim of this, right? Your son was hurt by this, and we're seeing a lot of names pop up that are getting caught, that are getting slapped on the wrist, that are getting fines, suspensions, etc. And so, again, as someone who is well respected and has been around for a very long time, do you feel like there needs to be stricter drug testing? Do you think that there needs to be more of a violation attached to these failures, hoping that people don't continue to do this? Because as you know, boxing is not a game. You can die in there. It's a very serious sport.
Well, I mean, that's something that if you go back and you take a look at some of the things that I've been saying for the past year, you know what I mean? Then you got the information. But right now, let's stay focused.
Okay.
That Debo is a 3-division champion. And I want to ask, more importantly, if the fight doesn't happen with him and Rolly, where does that put Rolly, and how do you feel about Rolly and fighters that are taking that position in boxing? Come on, talk to him, Ariel. I want to hear how you feel.
Well, I have to be honest. The Rolly fight is a good one because of the belt that he holds. I don't necessarily think that it's the highest profile one. Do you know what I mean? There are other names that we've discussed here that I would love to see your son fight against. I'd love to see him fight.
Well,
yes.
Well, we have to take one or the other. Either we take the Tank Davis approach and we go high profile, and high profile means it, or we take the Devin Haney route and say legacy reigns supreme.
Sure.
Now, which one you want to go? But you cannot split your pants on the Ariel Helwani show.
Let's go
you
with
got to stand on business.
Let's go with the former, because at the end of the day, you can't go to the bank and deposit legacy.
Okay. Well, listen, for us, legacy, it reigns supreme. Legacy is what got us here. Legacy is what continues to pay you and what you've done in the sport, right? We know that there's the line is around the corner to fight an 8-division champion in Manny Pacquiao, a several division champion in Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson, youngest champion. So you can't tell me that the money doesn't come from the legacy.
That's true.
Listen, no. But you did a great job in trying to spin the narrative with a guy that's heavily connected to the legacy fighters, the fighters on the Mount Rushmore boxing, the fighters that have really done it and accomplished the shit. And it didn't matter who had the belt. Guess what? They was coming to get it if you was the real deal.
You told me I couldn't split the pants, so I had to pick one or the other. So I picked the legacy over. I'm sorry, I picked the prize fights, the big time fights over the legacy fights.
Well, listen, I mean, you got a chance to do it, and then you have to stand on it. You stay over there, and where listen, at the end of the day, no one will necessarily remember the money part of it. I don't think my grandkids, you know what I mean, says, well, granddaddy had a bunch of money. You know what I mean? I don't think that lasts as long as that you compete. You compete fairly. You know what I mean? And that's what's going to last.
What about Jack Catterall? He was saying that he wanted to fight your son.
Jack who?
Catterall.
What did Jack? What did he do? What does he have?
You know, he had a big win a couple of weeks ago on the undercard of the Conor Benn Chris Eubank fight. He's been in the game a while. He fought Regis Prograis not that long ago. He's had some fights. He's had some battles. Popular guy, trains with Boots Ennis's camp now.
Okay, I have to look into him.
You're not familiar. Okay, what about Lewis Crocker, the IBF champ?
Hey, I've heard about him.
Okay,
how about that?
How about him?
How about that? A tough guy out of Belfast.
Yes.
Listen, And we've always wanted to mix it up with a guy from Ireland, right? They say that there's tough guys.
The Fighting
in
Irish.
Ireland, right?
Yeah.
The Fighting Irish, you dig? So what better guy to take a good look at as a guy from Ireland that holds the belt? So, yeah, for sure. I'm very familiar with him.
Do you think there's any chance in 2026, Bill, we see Haney Garcia too? That's the biggest one of them all.
You know what? It's the biggest one when we say it is, and then they come in and they say it's not. They do a whole lot of planning.
Who says it's not? Who says it's not?
Well, I mean, you'll hear some things from De La Hoya sometimes. You hear things from Garcia, and not given what the fight really brings, right? And I say, let's be honest. It's a big fight, but it's a fight that both fighters need to come in, be focused, right? Promote, right? And of course, drug test. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And then it's a big fight. But I mean, when you have a guy that's flighty and flaky and has proven to the world that he didn't win fairly, he came back and he looked like shit the next fight after. You know what I mean? So he still has a lot to prove. I think that our main focus, right, is right now is getting Rolly Romero in there. And that's, listen, and once again, I said is if they drop the hardware, if they drop the belts, we probably don't even pay attention to them. You know what I mean? It's the fact that Debo is more interested in the hardware that they carry than actually who they are.
I'll let you go in a moment, but I'm just wondering, Bill, what is it going to take for your son to finally get the respect that he deserves? You look at the resume, 3-division champion now. He's beat a who's who. He's gone, enemy territory. He's done the job, undefeated, all that stuff. Why does it still feel like he doesn't get the respect that he deserves, especially at his age as well?
Well, respect is for those that are finished. You see, respect came for Dr. King, for Muhammad Ali, for Malcolm X. You know what I mean? For a lot of the greats, and I speak of the ones that I study and I'm familiar with. The respect for their work came at the end, so we're not looking for the respect right now. We're gonna beat them up and make them pay us.
Okay. By the way, can I ask Shakur Tiafimo? January 31st, we found out this week. Who do you like in that one?
Shout out to Shakur for landing a fight of that magnitude. Shout out for Lopez. You know what I mean? For stepping up and fighting, you know what I mean? And giving the people a fight that we all want to see. You know what I mean? May the best man win. I know both of the families, and they're both deserving of not only a good fight, but also a great payday.
One last one, Top Rank. You had a relationship with them back in the day. It seems as though their future is a little bit up in the air right now. No TV deal, no shows for 5 months.
Top Rank works for us. Top Rank gets the opponents, we knock them down. So we're waiting to see what Top Rank is going to come up with. No different than Eddie and the rest of them. You know what I mean? They scream and you know what I mean? They squeal a little bit, but they work for DHP. Keep bringing them to us. We're going to keep knocking them down, no matter what you try to tell the people.
Do we need Top Rank, though? Does the American boxing scene need Top Rank?
Yes, we need Top Rank. We need everyone involved. We need everyone pushing this wonderful sport forward. It's when I see them, when we're on the battlefield, I mean, it's fangs out. It's, you know what I mean, gloves off. We're going at it. But of course, when the cameras are off, and you know what I mean, and it's time to enjoy the deal that we've done, enjoy the opportunity to see the fighters, be in their best and most comforting place, and that's on the stage and getting paid. You know what I mean? Then it's comforting to see those guys and to talk to them. You know what I mean? I don't have any ill feelings like that. I want them all in the business. Unlike them, and I say them, not them, but we know who they are that might not want me in the business. I love you guys, and I want all of you guys to continue. Take it.
Much love, Bill. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your son. Great win. Looking forward to a big 2026 for you guys. Happy holidays as well.
One thing.
Oh, yes.
Rolly, because he had a lot to say.
Okay.
If he doesn't step up to this challenge, he's no longer a man. Is he a mouse or a meese?
Okay. I don't know. Oh, there you are. This is why nobody takes boxing serious. 2 of the actual world champions ain't on the list, and the other champions at the end of the list. Everyone wonders why boxing is dying. He's referring to the rankings, and you say, stop dunking. You might move up the list.
Did I say anything wrong?
I mean, we'll see. Is he actually ducking, or is he trying to just get the best deal possible?
The best deal possible. He's lucky to get a deal in these day and times. This ain't no time to get the best deal.
He just beat Ryan Garcia.
And I'll tell you what, we just beat Brian Norman. And you better get out there and make the biggest and best fights that you can make happen. You dig?
I dig.
Listen, there ain't no time for that. Ain't no time. We don't do it with 3 division, youngest undisputed. Man, and we don't do it.
Respect. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, so no, one more time.
Okay.
The guy named Crocker. You think something of him?
I think he's fine. You know, the 2 fights against Patty Donovan were fun. I thought the first one was controversial. The second one was a great win. I think in America, where I think Devin is most popular, the fight against Rolly is a much bigger fight, and I think the buildup will be a lot more fun. But like I said, if it was up to me, Garcia would be next, Barrios would be next, Conor Benn would be next. Those names I think are the biggest.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what.
Let's go. Conor Benn versus Devin Haney. Let's go. That's the one. He's coming off a big win. Devin's coming off a big win. Let's do it. Massive fight. Let's do it in a stadium over in the UK.
I don't get up for it.
Why? How do you not get up for it? That's a huge fight.
Well, because I know if he's going to do it at 147, he did him at 160. The fight is still on the table.
Yeah.
It's on the table at 154. It's on the table at 160, right? That fight is why we put him at number 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is why we put him at number 10. Now we have other business that we tend to as a 3-division champion, and that's conducting ourselves as a champion as well.
That's fair.
And looking to become unified, looking to become ring champion. Isn't the ring belt what's happening?
Undisputed. Yeah, undisputed. You want to be undisputed. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Hey, listen, to the ring team. Baby, we doing it for you.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Bill. All the best. Appreciate it. And congrats again.
Absolutely. You have a great one.
There he is, the great Bill Haney, the father of one Devin Haney. Great character in the sport of boxing. Always enjoyed talking to him, picking his brain. And no doubt, Devin has he has choices. There's no doubt about it. Now fighting at 147 pounds, look great. At 147, looks strong. Dropped Brian Norman early in that fight. I do believe the second round. Didn't get the stoppage, but it was a systematic, dominant, one-way traffic type of fight, if you get what I'm saying. So let's see what's up next for him. Now, still to come, Malcolm Wellmaker, first chat with us since the loss to Ethan Ewing. He did a local TV chat over in the Atlanta region last week or so. I haven't heard much from him since the loss to Ewing at Madison Square Garden a couple of weeks ago. And Abdullah Mason, youngest active champion in boxing today, had a big win on that same card against one Sam Noakes. The best fight on that ring card in Riyadh just a couple of weeks ago. I've been talking to our next guest via social media for some time about getting him on the program, preferably in studio, because as our own Pete Carroll once told me, he is the most interesting man in MMA. That's what Pete said, the most interesting man in MMA. I do believe he was at the Knicks-Celtics game yesterday, and that is sad for me because it was a tough loss against the Celtics, who I hate very much. Is this thing showing right here?
It looks great.
It's not showing? I hate when it shows.
But you can hear me just fine, right?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you just fine. Anyway, he's been in the game for quite some time. 36 years young, has been fighting professionally since 2013, has competed in Bellator, BAMMA, ACB, Cage Warriors, very recently as well, just won on a Cage Warriors card, once headlined a Bellator card, 3-fight winning streak, 5 wins via knockout, 12 via sub, 5 via decision. He is the pride of Holytown, just east of Glasgow, Scotland. He is the man known as the bad guy, Chris Bungard. Yes, there he is. Rocking the Boston Bruins jacket. I like it. How are you, sir?
How are we? The greatest of all time, 15-time champ.
Oh, thank you so much. I was going to say, what's the crack, but you're not Irish. So what do you say to a Scottish man? What's the version of what's the crack?
I don't know. What's going down?
What's going down? That's it?
What's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening? That's what it is.
Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, man. How's things?
Were you at the Celtics-Knicks game last night?
Yep.
Golly.
Yep.
You're a big, what are you? You're a big Celtics guy?
Celtic. No, Glasgow Celtic football.
Yeah, but as far as basketball is concerned?
None.
Nothing. But you're a Bruins guy.
Yeah. Big
Why?
time. Just love hockey.
How do you love hockey? I didn't know any Scottish people knew anything about hockey.
Yeah, we've got some teams in that.
Do you really?
Yeah. Glasgow Clan, Fife Flyers, Dundee Stars, stuff like that.
It's popular over there.
Well, the small arenas, but they sell it.
Okay.
Sell it. But,
okay.
I started liking Bruins about 10 years ago through my favourite comedian, Bill Burr.
Yeah.
He used to always speak about it on his podcast. And I would then start checking up on the scores and stuff like that, and then I became a fan. And now every November I'll go to a game.
Okay, so this is like a yearly trip.
My good friend Derek has dragged me to 2 Knicks games. One last night in Boston. Then we've drove back down and won the Raptors at MSG.
That's right.
So I think he's trying to turn me into a Knicks guy. I know you're a big Knicks guy.
Derek's my guy. We met him in Las Vegas over in June. He's a big Knicks fan.
Yeah.
From Scotland too.
Yep.
He's just a friend of yours.
Yep. One of my
okay.
best friends. Just stays round the corner for me.
That was a great game. We almost made a comeback there at the end.
But it got it down to like 3 in it as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But that Jaylen Brown, man, that guy's an animal.
He is an animal. I don't like him very much.
This Derek.
Yes, I don't like him very much.
Watching him, I was like, I'm actually glad I'm watching something like this because he's obviously a world class player. So is like the Knicks, like Brunson and stuff. Like Brunson didn't have a good game last night, but just to see them, basically guys in their prime, I'm like, that's still class.
In person, right?
Yeah, man.
Unbelievable. And it's great to have you here.
Oh.
I said as you were walking in, the great Pete Carroll has dubbed you the most interesting man in MMA.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that.
Why do you think he says that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Fuck knows.
Do you consider yourself that?
I'm definitely an interesting cat. I just live a wild life sometimes, but I don't know. That's another man's opinion, but I just like to stay busy, Ariel. Like if I'm not training, fighting, I'm coaching, I'm doing pro wrestling, I'm acting. I just like to stay busy. What a journey!
What a journey for you.
I've always been like that. Even I used to play football, just constantly doing stuff. If I don't do stuff, I slip into like a mini. I wouldn't say depression, but it is kind of I need to stay busy and stay active. So that's the way I like it. And look at this, like we're here in New York, Boston, we're just constantly doing something, constantly on the move, getting miles in. But I will say one thing, going about New York and trying to do a piss is absolutely unbelievable.
Trying the what?
Pee.
Oh, trying to get a piss in New York? What does that mean?
Like I was busting for the toilet and I couldn't go anywhere.
You couldn't find one?
No.
Why?
There wasn't any toilets about here. It's murder.
What do you mean, like public ones?
Yeah. Well, anyone.
Like you can't walk into a restaurant?
No.
They don't like that.
Unless you're buying something.
Yeah.
What you had to do there.
This is a big problem. Have you been to New York before?
Yeah, through COVID.
Okay.
The day COVID happened, I was here.
You were?
So I was walking about New York and it was dead, basically. So it was quite
wow.
real. I was doing all the bridges, and it was like nobody there.
Wow.
It was like a zombie apocalypse.
Was that your first time in New York?
Yes.
What a time to come.
I know. And if I didn't leave, I was basically stranded in New York for months, so I had to like go home early, basically.
Okay.
But this time's a lot better.
What is Holytown, Scotland like? And am I pronouncing that correctly?
Holytown.
Holytown.
Yeah.
I never heard of it. Obviously, I've heard of, where have I heard of? Aberdeen.
Aberdeen, yeah.
Glasgow. Not Glasgow.
Yeah.
Some Americans. But Holytown, so just east of Glasgow, right?
Small village. Yes, a small village just outside Glasgow. It's kind of in the middle of Edinburgh and Glasgow, but it's the town I grew up in my full life. Just hard working class, loyal people. Made me the man I am today in that small village. But it means a lot to me. It does. It means a lot to me.
Do you live there now?
I just live outside it.
Okay.
I just live outside it in Shotts. So, but I still, once I'm getting announced on my fights, they always still say Holytown because I was born and bred there. I only moved away from there like 2 years ago. But it's what a place, and the people for Holytown, especially through my career, they follow me everywhere. Even like my last fight there, like all the pubs were showing my fights and they're jumping about still, and they support one of their own, basically.
They love you over there. They love you in Scotland. I mean, some of your entrances and the tickets you've sold, it's an incredible fan base that you have.
I don't know why. I honestly don't know why.
You're one of their own.
I think they can maybe just relate to me that I'm an honest guy, pure energy. I like to get people off their seats. I honestly feel that I was put on this world to kind of entertain people, whether it be through fighting, wrestling, acting, anything, like making people laugh or whatever. And I just feel like I was born to entertain, and maybe they can see that where my fights, I'm always trying to get them off their seat, and my entrances. People call me a showman, but I don't really agree with that one.
I think you're a showman. I mean, here's some of your walkouts. This is a Cage Warriors one. What's the song, by the way, that you're walking out to?
This is...
everyone's singing it at the same time.
This is Jerry Cinnamon. He's a Scottish songwriter and singer, but it's not his song. Discoland was like an old school rave song.
Okay.
And he done his own wee version, basically. So I came out to Jerry Cinnamon. Every other fight I've come out to Bad Moon Rising by Creedence.
Yeah, it's a great
Jim
song.
Miller used to come out to. Jim Miller's like my favourite fighter.
Okay.
He's always the guy I would always love to fight. If somebody said, who would you love to fight, I'd say Jim Miller.
Jim Miller. Love it. Why him?
I just love his experience. He's been in there with everybody, and he's solid everywhere. Cool guy, hunter, comes out to good music like myself. So I'm just like, if I could pick anybody, I'd pick Jim Miller. The Disco Land, so Jerry Cinnamon does his own wee version, and it's kind of gets all the Scottish and even English and Irish people, Welsh people, they all like this song, and I knew that song would get everybody up, and it did.
Oh my God! I mean, like I said, showman. You once had a walkout where you paid homage to the late great Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's one of the all-time best.
Yeah.
What a scene that was! Like you literally did it. Like you looked exactly like him.
I know. So I shot that with my good friend Darren, who his company's called We 40s. We shot that in 3 minutes.
Wow.
So see here, I'm actually on my knees, just sitting on my knees in my old gym. I got the shirt, the Hawaiian shirt, I got the hat. I bought this lantern off Facebook Market, right? It was somebody that was lived like half an hour away, and he was like wanting like 20 quid for it. Just saying, right, I drove there. It was an old thing, right?
Yeah.
So the wee, what would you say, like the candlestick that you'd have to light, it would like worn down basically. So here I'm with lighter fluid in this old gym, right? I'm pouring this lighter fluid into this old rusty lantern, and then every time I was trying to like light it, and I was doing like the wee segment where he sings, every time my breath would blow out.
Oh my God.
We kept having to pour this fluid out, and it was, honestly, the gasoline was like stinking the full gym out, and we eventually got it with that one. But he's got a few outtakes, it's quite funny where I fuck it up basically, but it was good.
I appreciate this stuff.
It popped, yeah.
I think this stuff is important. We need this type of stuff in MMA. I feel like some of the fun has been taken away.
Of course, man. Like you can't even have a good entrance these days. Even like with it now, everybody needs to wear the same stuff.
Hate that.
Well. They're starting to take flags away, all this shit. So, but the Bray Wyatt thing, it popped in Glasgow as well because people put like the lights up like fireflies. So that it did go over a wee bit with some of the wrestling fans in the MMA in the MMA show, you know what I mean?
So you're 36 now, right?
Yeah.
38 pro fights?
Yes.
Just fought for Cage Warriors.
Yep.
Simple yet direct question. Why never the call from the UFC?
So I lost fights at certain times in my career. There was a possibility at one point. I was on like a 4-fight win streak. It was years ago. And I lost a fight. My opponent missed weight and I still took it, and I lost it. So there were some decisions in my career that I should have maybe managed better. I fought guys late notice that lost. I fought guys that missed weight with a lot of weight, and they were key moments in my career. And I think I could have been managed a bit better. But me being me, I would always take the fight. I always wanted to fight, where I didn't have like the goal to get to the UFC. Obviously, I would fight anybody. If they offered me anybody in the UFC, then I'd fight it. But I know that's not how the world works. But I just think I could have been managed better at certain periods of my career. But it always came down to I always just wanted to fight when I should have maybe used a wee bit more common sense.
Do you regret that?
Yeah. Well, I don't really regret much in life, but there's I would have loved to come out with have like my name on the shorts, Bungard, and my team in my corner with all the tracksuits on and fight at the highest level. Of course I would. It's
funny, by the way, that you mentioned the uniforms as being a bad thing, but here you are saying you wanted the uniform.
As long as I could have all my sponsors, I wouldn't give a fuck. But I feel like me and my team, they've been through so much in the last 15 years. We kind of deserve that moment. But I mean, I've had some great fights, and I've fought some of the best guys in the world. I've trained with some of the best guys in the world. I've travelled the full world. So, and now look at me. I'm sitting with the 15-time champ. No, I mean the GOAT. But this is something I've always wanted. So this right now is like this. This is like one of the highlights of my career, and because I've knew you, like I've followed you since I started. I met you. My first ever UFC was 120 at Bisbing Akiyama in London.
Wow. Yeah, the O2. Really?
I met you outside that. Were you there?
Of course I was there, yeah.
Definitely met you.
Where did we meet? Outside the arena?
Outside the arena, yeah.
Wow.
And I did say one day you're going to interview me, so it took 15 years.
So that was 2010. Yep. You hadn't debuted yet. You hadn't made your pro debut yet. How old were you?
I was just about to make my amateur debut.
Wow.
My amateur debut.
You were just a wee little kid at that point. So 2010,
what is Scotland would call that a BAM. I was a BAM.
Yeah, you were 21.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
So it's been a hell of a journey. So
with that kid looking at the future, 15 years, would he be happy with this? Would he?
Yeah,
if I would have told you, yeah, this is how it's going to work out, but you won't get to the UFC, would you have been content?
Absolutely, because at the time it was a hobby, and now I've made a career out of it. I've had 45 MMA fights. I always knew I wanted to have 50 and retire, but I mean, at the time it was a hobby. I was playing football at the time. I was partying. I was drinking, everything, doing all that. So it was new to me, that. But now as the years have went past, I've matured. I've got a solid team behind me. I've been in some great fights and I've travelled the world, and there's not much more things I love than travelling the world, than jumping in a car abroad and just driving. Like, see, through America or Canada, Europe, Africa, Asia. I've done it all, man. And all comes through martial arts, really.
So you say 45, so that would be 38 pro, 7 amateur. Are you going to go to that number? You've got
5 more.
You've got 5 more. That's the plan.
Yeah.
And do you know, like, if you can map it out, do you know how long it's going to take for you to get there? Because that shouldn't take too long, right? You only got a couple of years left, probably.
I'd like to fight 4 times in a year, but sometimes it doesn't.
So 2 years left, right?
Old, Ariel, so the injuries they're coming more often, and they're not going away. I've got a terrible knee injury now in my back, just healed last year, so I get it, I'm getting old, but I see these other guys fighting at a high level older than me. I'm just like, nah, I'm still good, and I'm training hard in the gym with younger guys. I've got like 10 years on me, I'm still doing great. So as long as my body's good, I think the 5 could be done, not next year, but maybe mid the year after.
You just fought for Cage Warriors, you won, that was your 3rd straight win.
Yep.
Are you still with Cage Warriors?
So my contract actually runs out in February, but there's no another show until the end of February, so technically it'll...
You're a free man.
Technically, aye, because I'm not going to have another show.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want to stay with them?
I want to... My last couple of fights, I want to travel. I want more experience. I've had a lot of interest for a lot of other organisations, but obviously I couldn't speak to them at the time because it was contracted, but they've been a lot all over the world, so I know if I wanted to go certain places, it could happen, put it that way.
Like where?
I don't know. Australia.
Okay.
Europe, America.
So you want to spread your wings a little bit for these last few.
Yeah.
Has your time with Cage Warriors been positive? Are you happy with your time there?
Yeah. 6 wins, 2 losses. I fought for the world title against George Hardwick. I took it in late notice. I still think I was not too happy about the finish in it, but my other loss, the guy weighed 7 kilogram heavier than me and he just lay on top of me, Brazilian that came in 2 days notice. So these wee things, you know what I mean, can sway it, but my 6 wins have been wars, have been great finishes. I love the staff, so I would say it's a positive.
Okay.
Positive.
You know, it's interesting, your nickname is the bad guy, and for the longest time I thought it was a nod to Chael Sonnen. Yeah. But then I found out that you beat the piss out of a young man when you were playing football back in the day, like badly. No?
I wouldn't say that. First of all, I was called the bad guy before.
Yeah, clearly. No, a long time ago. What happened here? What happened with this?
We got in a fight in a football park and I threw 1 punch. It was just 1 punch.
Okay. But, you knocked him out?
Yeah, but he swallowed his tongue and he took a seizure in a football park.
He swallowed his tongue?
I think so.
Now, why'd you knock him out?
Because he hurt me.
He hurt you? It was a tackle or something?
He kicked me off the ball.
Okay.
And as I got sent off, and that's when I threw the...
How old are you?
Then?
Yeah.
This was I was an amateur fighter, so it was like 15 years ago or something.
Okay. So you've got skills at this point. You know how to throw a punch.
Yeah, no.
You're not just swinging.
Yeah, and like I fought all the way through.
Sure. So when that happens and you see the aftermath, are you starting to get nervous?
Yeah, that was like the darkest day in my life.
Okay.
Because like I got took to a police cell and I didn't really know.
Oh, you got arrested for this?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I didn't really know. I didn't really know how the boy was and stuff like that. So I got took to the police cell. I think I still had my football strap on.
Wow.
But that was quite a dark time in that prison cell. But I don't think I threw a punch outside the gym or the cage since that day.
Okay.
So it kind of made me look at life a bit different and matured maybe a bit.
How long did you spend in jail?
No, I got out a few days later for that, but I have been in jail before that.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, but it was
for what?
For fighting with police assault. 2 police assaults, but I wouldn't really call them police assaults. They were more like I wasn't really letting them handcuff me.
Okay. So why did they want to handcuff you?
We got asked to come out a car. Well, I think we were drinking, and basically we all got pulled out of the car, and one of them just started grabbing me. I didn't really. It was called resisting, but I didn't let them handcuff me, and they called that 2 police assaults, but they pepper sprayed me.
Wow.
It's pepper sprayed in the eyes. I'll tell you a funny story. So they put me in the back of the police car, and like I can't see because my eyes are burning, and the car windows all like condensation, like cold. So I'm like trying to rub my eyes.
Oh my dear!
On this glass window, police car window. But then I'm handcuffed, so I tried to run across the back seat to open the other car door, and it was obviously locked, and they just opened the door like, where you going? And I'm just like, I'm going nowhere.
Yeah. And that must be awful. You can't rub your eyes.
No, so I remember once I got out, so once they took me to the police cell, I had to go to court. I put my jacket on that I was wearing once they arrested me, and it must have still had the CS gap.
No.
So as I put it on, it all started again, man.
Oh my dear.
This is a long.
How old are you at that point?
That was roughly 15 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Same time.
Yeah.
So you were a bit troubled back then?
Yeah.
Troublemaker?
No, not a troublemaker. No, I wouldn't say I was a troublemaker.
Okay, so why do you say yes to troubled but not troublemaker? Why does troubled resonate?
Because I was never like a bully or start trouble, but if something arose round about me or to me, then I would deal with it.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say really I'm a troublemaker.
And with regards to the football incident, what happened as a result of that? Did he press charges?
Yeah, I think I had to pay a fine compensation. I'm sure I can't remember how much it was.
Okay.
Done community service.
So you didn't have to spend more time in jail?
No.
Is he okay now?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. Do you know the guy?
I don't know him. I know his brother, but I've never seen the boy since it happened.
Okay.
I know his big brother.
But do you view that as sort of like the turning point of your life?
Oh, absolutely, man. That was, as I says, it was a real turning point in my life, and it was a dark day. And then, as I says, I've never really got in a fight outside. Apart from like last night, I was close to.
Last night?
Punching somebody.
What happened?
So we were staying in Brooklyn.
Was it one of those stupid Celtics fans?
No.
Hate those guys. Okay, no.
No, this guy followed me and my friend Derek we were going to our hotel. We got off the subway at Brooklyn and we're walking around, but he's across the road. One of the ones that was shouting and all that, right?
Yeah.
We're just blind.
But wait a second. Last night the game ended.
2 nights ago.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah.
In Brooklyn, I went to Boston.
Yeah.
And it starts following us, but it's across the road, and we're just like blanking him. You know the crazy people when you
Sure.
But it then crosses over. We go down an alley where our hotel is, and then he's come right up behind us. He's shouting everything. We're just blanking him. You know what I mean, we're like, he was out his mind. But he kept like going into his pockets and stuff like that. But you're on edge, you know what I mean? You need to like be careful. So we go past our hotel. We go into the corner shop to get like juice and stuff. He follows us into the shop, man. Follows us right into the shop, right? And I'm just trying to get like cookies and like juice and stuff like that, and he's calling us all sorts. I think he was calling us like Irish, calling us other things that I won't repeat here. But then he comes right in my face, man. Like, right, but he's like leaned right over, like looking into me, but he's like arched, like posture like a prawn, like pure.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the owners of the shop knew who he was. Like, he's okay. But then he comes closer, and I'm just like, this is a fucking problem here. Like, to the owners, I'm going to deal with this. Like, because I had him lined up. If he came close, I was just going to knock him out.
Oh, my dear.
And as I said, I've not threw a punch from outside in about 15 years. But the owner's like, no, I'll get him. Let's go for a cigarette. And the guy keeps shouting, and I'm just trying to get cookies and juice. So I was close to nailing that guy. The guy who owns that shop. He saved that guy.
The streak could have ended 2 nights ago.
Yeah, exactly. And then the cameras in the shop.
Oh
and
dear.
just like,
And then you would have had to cancel this.
Yeah, I know.
No good.
I would have been going live for the prison cell.
Yeah.
With his jumpsuit on.
Okay, so it's interesting though. That's the turning point, but you've leaned into it because you've called yourself the bad guy as a result. Did you give yourself that name, or did other people?
that was from an old forum that used to be like an old forum in the UK for MMA fighters and gyms and all that. And somebody called me on that, and then somebody else called me, and it kind of stuck. And I was just like, I'm going to go with this.
Okay.
And I kind of like being the villain. Like, all my favourite films, everything, or the pro wrestlers, like I love the heels. The heels or the baddies are my favourite. You don't see a lot of heels winning, or in movies, like the bad guy never wins really, not me.
Sure.
So, I was like, I'm going to go with this, and kind of stuck.
How was your childhood?
In what way?
I had read that your parents enjoyed drinking, and it was a little challenging at times.
Yeah.
You had a very close relationship with your grandfather. He was sort of like the rock, the foundation in your life.
Yeah. My mum and dad liked to drink and I smoke, to be fair.
What kind of smoking?
Weed.
Okay.
Aye. Which is all right with me. I've never, doesn't bother me. I didn't grow up liking weed or drinking a lot. I'll have the occasional drink in between fights and stuff like that, but I didn't really get that from my mum and dad or that. But my papa, he was basically like my mum and dad.
Wow.
So I stayed with him every Thursday, and then when my gran passed away, I stayed with him full time.
Wow.
Yeah. He watched all my fights. He wasn't too keen on me doing it, but he'd support me in that. And we done a wee documentary for the BBC, and he was like the star of the show.
Yeah.
Follow the patter, he just took all the limelight off me. But he had a famous line, and it was like, when I'm cutting weight, and he says, like, I go for He-Man to Skeletor. Like that was his quote, and I was just like, the guy doesn't know nothing about MMA or weight cutting. That's basically hilarious. But I still think about him every day. I go to his grave and put flowers and stuff like that. And I've got a daughter now, and the only regret is that he didn't get to meet her. That's the only regret. But he'd be proud. He'd be proud, definitely.
Can I ask, when did he pass?
6 years ago.
Okay.
6 years ago.
How did that affect you, considering how close you were?
Yeah, quite badly, to be fair. But he was still alive through all my Bellator fights, and he loved watching them. So once they'd done the documentary, they asked if they could have got cameras in his house to watch the reaction.
Wow.
And this is how bad it was. Like, I didn't think I was going to win because I had so much doubt, because I was fighting a world champion. Terry Brazier was 13-1, had 2 weight divisions champ. I just thought I was getting brought in to lose, basically. Co-main event. It was on national TV as well in Scotland, which was a big thing. So I didn't, they're like, can we go to your papa's and set up cameras and record him, his reaction? And I says no, because I thought I was going to get beat. And now I wish they'd caught that moment of him jumping about with his wee glass of vodka.
Wow.
Slippers and all that. He would have been gone mental. So that's one thing I do regret, actually. But that's just through my self-doubt. And my doubt creeps in all the time in fight week for me. And I kind of like it. I like it. It keeps the doubt there, because I know...
You've had that throughout your career?
Yeah. Even when it's fights I know that I should win, I like it there, because it makes me train harder, and it makes me focus on the fight more, and keeps me switched on as well.
Imposter syndrome? Like maybe you don't belong here. What are you saying to yourself?
Imposter syndrome, I'm sitting here.
No. I don't mean that. I mean like for the fight. Like why? You've had a lot of fights. 40-something fights now.
I don't know. Like I've had like 30 finishes. It's mental, but
yeah.
It's like you're doing something right here.
Yeah.
I think just before I walk out, sometimes doubt creeps in, and I'm all right with it though. It's always been there, so I'm like, it's like my wee pal.
How did you gravitate towards MMA? Because back then, MMA is not huge.
Pro wrestling.
Pro wrestling was the first love.
Bret Hitman Hart. Bret Hart is
the man.
Yeah, he's my guy.
The man.
Everybody's been slating him now, and I'm just like, I won't fucking hear this shit about Bret Hart being.
Thank you. Why? Because recently he had that thing where he talked about Vince, and
he's talking about everybody in it.
He's getting a little bit older. No. He's getting a little bit older. The fucking man.
The greatest professional wrestler ever walked this earth. And so
he was your first favorite.
Oh, he's like my only favorite.
Your only favorite.
I can't even.
Look at this. Look at this homage.
Look
at this. Look at this homage right here. If you, I want Bret to see this one day. This is.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
You've seen it.
I've met him.
You've met him. You showed him this. That's picture perfect. That's textbook sharpshooter right there.
And see, he always hates when people fuck it up and do it wrong.
Yeah. He's critical.
I hate that as well. The Rock had a terrible sharpshooter.
Yeah.
But that was actually, that sharpshooter was in the Barrowlands. It's like a famous Scottish venue. It was my first ever pro wrestling match.
ICW? That was your debut?
It was on WWE Network.
Oh, wow.
So it was like, that was my first. Watching that match show, everything was rushed. Knew that I've had a lot more. This was what talent tell you. It's like, if you think you're going too fast, slow it down more.
Yeah.
If you're going too slow, slow it down more. So now that I'm doing more matches, I'm starting to take my time. Like, I've always loved wrestling, but going back to your question, like Bret Hart's, the submission side got me into MMA, like jiu-jitsu and making people tap out and transitions and stuff like that, where I thought he was like a technician. Like, once you watch his matches, if you watch like the Iron Man match with Shawn Michaels, like he's on like a front headlock for like 10 minutes, but it's just so fucking good. And I was just like, I could watch this all day. And people that don't really get it, like, I know it's maybe like boring or whatever, but to me, watching Bret Hart, it's the same way I do my punches as well. It looks more realistic. But for me, like, that was my full childhood was Bret Hart.
Wow. And so through that, then you start to do grappling, jiu-jitsu, and then you train. So why do you dabble? So you've had like 21 or so pro wrestling matches, I do believe, right? Why didn't you go down if you loved him so much, why didn't you just from the jump go down pro wrestling, that path, as opposed to the MMA path?
I think I liked more
the shoot style.
Yeah, well, the MMA I liked the realness. Like, I liked hurting people, I liked elbowing people, like proper submitting people. So it was just more real for me, even though like I love wrestling. And maybe every time I'm wrestling, I'm feeling I've not got the wrestler look. Like I look that the wrestlers have got, the big physique and the good looks or whatever, where once I do pro wrestling, obviously I'm me. I'm Chris Bungard, MMA fighter. That's my gimmick. So it's hard when I'm planning matches. It's like, oh, what am I doing? A double leg? Am I grounding pound? Am I doing my MMA stuff? So I'm trying to get away from that and showing people, oh, I can work here. But they don't want to see Chris Bungard running the ropes and fucking. Sure. So I climbed up the cage and I done like a 5-star frog splash. I'm fucking doing it. I'm getting this in here. I had the Viva La Raza at the top, Latino Heat and stuff like that, where people want to see, they're paying to see Chris Bungard come in and be MMA, do MMA shooting and beating people up. So
you did Bloodsport not that long ago. Yeah. That seems like a perfect avenue for you, right?
So I didn't have a good dance partner for that. I don't think he made a lot of mistakes, and he was more a death match guy, where they do all the crazy shit and cut each other. So I'd like to do that again. I'd like to actually face Josh. So
okay, let's go.
As I call it.
There's a bit of a size difference though.
Yeah, I don't care.
No problem.
That's all right. I've got heavyweights in the gym.
Yeah.
Lazy heavyweights. But aye, the experience was great. It was in London, but I was just a wrong dance partner for me. I feel like he was more a deathmatch guy, so I couldn't really have a shoot match with him and proper, like, it could have been a lot better, and he made mistakes and stuff like that, and I wasn't too happy about it, but Josh knows that. But I would like another crack at that. It was good.
So do you think, you said 5 or so MMA fights left, but are you starting the pro wrestling career now? Like, do you think that will be the next
I don't know.
phase?
It's a tough business, pro wrestling. A lot of people put a lot of work in it for not much back. I don't do stuff for money or that, or like a career, but I do it for the love. But I don't know, there's only a certain few companies that I wrestle for Valor now, which are great. It's chaotic, it's mental. Somebody got crucified the other day, and like they brought a crucifixion.
Wow, like old school Undertaker. Yeah.
It was wild. The day like Texas rope matches and stuff like that. So it's a wild promotion, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying working with different athletes and just getting better at pro wrestling.
You like being a pro wrestling fan or MMA fan better?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
What do you follow more?
MMA.
MMA.
Course,
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still liking some of the stuff I know. It's good to see Brock back. He just looks like he's enjoying himself again.
The Cena retirement, I feel like, wasn't great, right?
The whole tournament thing wasn't up my street. Yeah.
Turn heel, then turn back.
Then he gave him the IC for Dom. I love Dom though.
Dom's tremendous.
How good is that?
Dom is unbelievable. He is so likable. He's so much fun.
What a story he's got, eh?
He's unbelievable.
He's got the girls, he's got the cars, he's got the belts.
He's unbelievable, yeah.
But he's like a mixture between his dad and Eddie.
He's unbelievable, yes.
Brilliant.
But it felt a little bit off.
Yeah.
I don't know if, we were debating this a couple of days ago. Do you think, so the right thing to do in the business is, as you're leaving, you put people over, right? Mm-hmm. That's why Dom beats him, get the rub. I beat him on his last PLE. But do you think the fans, for someone like Cena, do you think they wanted to see him get his ass whooped so many times towards the end?
Especially
the Brock one.
That one there, like five girls just laid him out with all these finishers. I'm just like, what is he putting all these girls over for as well? The tournament is just like, so now you probably put them over as well, maybe. Is it got to be Gunther? I don't know. I don't know. I would have put him in with somebody big for his last one, and I don't know. Brock.
Everyone wanted Edge.
Edge, aye.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't keen on the tournament format.
I felt like there needed to be a story, right? Something from the past.
Just thought of that, Triple H. I don't know.
I don't know. We had Vince Russo on the show last week.
Loved him.
You saw that?
Oh, loved him.
He's going crazy on everyone. Yeah. Golly, him, Triple H, Jim Cornette. I mean, he was spraying everyone. This guy.
He's good though. I like Vince.
What a character.
Yeah.
The wrestling business has a lot of those, and that's why I appreciate that you bring some of that over to MMA. You also, as you say, dabble in the world of acting.
Yep.
PT tells me that you guys went out on the town with Shane Gillis.
Yeah, man.
You guys were on the piss with Shane Gillis?
Yes, my friend.
He claims this, but I don't believe him.
No, we were.
You were, wow, look at that. Wow.
I was talking to him last night.
Look at PT. How many drinks is that down there with PT with doing the fist up like that? 12, 13? How many on the pisser is that?
Oh, I don't know. That's about 2 probably.
He's some kind of piss, is he not?
I actually spoke to Shane last night.
Oh, wow. What a name drop.
I told him I was coming on here because
He knows me?
He said it was cool that I was going on the Helwani Show.
He doesn't know who I am.
Well, we said Helwani Show, so...
He no-sold it, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll show you a text. But we went to see Dan Solder 2 nights ago, and so I messaged him. I'm like, listen, are you in New York? We've got to see Dan. And he's at a Wish. I think he was in Philly or something.
He's a big wrestling fan too. I think he does like some of the impersonations, right, Dan?
Yeah, Dan Soda.
Yeah.
Macho Man.
Yeah, tremendous. Yeah.
Probably the best.
Yes.
I've ever seen. But he just said, it's cool that you're on Ariel.
Well, okay. How did you become friends?
He played a gig in Scotland years ago when he wasn't that big, and me and Derek went to see him, and then after it we hung out with him.
You just hung out like that?
I would go drinking with him, and just spoke on Instagram. We went over. He told us to come over for Dublin, and that's where I got.
Okay.
Seen that through.
Wow.
We had another night out with him as well. So he's probably the funniest guy in the world right now, but just so down to earth and supports my career as well. My fights, he's always messaging me. Good luck before fights, and he always tells me to do celebrations in the cage. And it's always some stupid video he's seen on Instagram. He's like, Chris, you need to do this. He's told like NFL guys to do it, and they've done it. And when they celebrate, he's like, you need to do it now. And he's got me doing these dances. He's an idiot, but he's hilarious.
Theo Vaughn as well.
Theo,
Another
yeah.
mate of yours.
Yep.
How did that one happen?
Oh, that was through my Bellator days.
Okay.
Yeah, I met him in America. We hung out there.
Look at you two chaps.
That's in San Jose actually as well. We're chilling in his green room. He was doing a bit of jiu-jitsu as well. Like
Was he?
Dustin Poirier and stuff like that.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So, another cool guy. I don't know, all the comedians like me. It's good friends to have.
So as far as the acting career is concerned, what are you doing?
So I've done like indie films, I've done TV shows, I've done adverts, I'm reading a script now. I got a script sent to me. It's a film about a fighter who doesn't make it to the UFC, and he's got like traumas with his family and that. And I think they were like, I think this is made for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm reading through it. I'm halfway through it, so I think that's got to be an actual feature film in Glasgow.
Okay.
But I love acting. Like I've got a passion for cinema. Like I run like a film location page, so I travel the world and go to all these film locations. So I've got like the way I look at cinema now, it's not just about like a film, it's like the dialogue, the storyline, the setting, the location, everything. So it's just, I know I can, like most of my parts have been like angry, like henchman, gangster, whatever. And I can shout at people, like that's no acting to me. I can scream at somebody and be angry, but I don't feel that's acting. Where the last one I done, there was more emotion in it, where I could tap into like my childhood and my papa and stuff like that, my upbringing, and that's acting for me. So I can tap into other things where these shouting scenes and being angry and biting people or guns and that's no acting for me. That's easy.
Right.
So I
think you get typecast because they think fighter, you're yeah.
Where I want to show it, I can fucking act, man. I can show emotion, and I can cut good promos and good lines, and I can improv. I'm a great improv, just like that. Like Denzel's my guy.
He's your favorite?
Oh, without doubt, the best actor ever.
You speak about him on the Sin City podcast.
Yes.
Come on, look at that. Look at that.
In a podcast.
Come on.
Amazing. So we've actually got one next week, and it's got to be like a Christmas one. It's Christmas.
Okay.
So it's like,
about Christmas movies?
Yeah, the top ones.
Greatest one of all time.
So, Home Alone, probably.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Jingle All the Way.
No, it's Home Alone. It's without a doubt Home Alone. What do you like better, one or two?
Two.
Two, really? Because of New York?
New York, yep.
It gets a little bit weird there towards the end with the turtle doves and all that. To me,
the pigeon lady.
Yeah, one.
Piers Morgan.
One is the best. One is the.
Do you know Piers Morgan as a pigeon lady?
That is. I never thought of that. One to me is the best, but two is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Die Hard, a Christmas movie. That's the big debate.
It's got a Christmas tree in it.
Well, this is the big debate. I don't know about over in Scotland, but here there's a debate.
No,
is Die Hard is a Christmas movie? What do you think?
I'd say no.
No, okay.
I say Lethal Weapon has.
Lethal Weapon.
Because they start with a Christmas song as well.
Wow.
Jingle bells.
Yeah.
So the podcast, we usually pick a year. So it'll be like 1994. There's 4 days. We'll pick our top 5 in 1994.
Okay.
And we'll go down one each. But someday might pick your film. Fuck. Pick Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's great. And then whoever wins, we'll put it to a vote. Whoever wins a year, they get to pick it next year and stuff.
Okay.
Like that. So it's been fun. And the fans love it, man. I get stopped in the street now. It's not about my fights. It's like, when's Sin City next episode on? I'm like,
love it.
I know you've just plugged it. It's got to
hell yeah.
viral, man.
I tell you one of my favorite movies of all time that I think is sort of in that era that you just talked about, 94, and maybe one that you have seen and can relate to, In the Name of the Father.
Oh, stop.
I love In the Name of the Father. What a film. Giuseppe Conlon, I love that. What a movie. I watched that movie so much.
Postlethwaite, God rest his soul.
Who did?
Pete Postlethwaite.
The actor. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Unbelievable movie. I don't know why. There's something about that movie that as a teenager.
True story?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What were they called? What was the name of them? They had a name for the group when they arrested them, and they thought that they had done the
Angry Four.
Something like that. And then that scene, it gives me chills. That scene at the end when they
I'm going out with Jerry. I'm going
out with God, fucking hell! What a scene!
Daniel Day-Lewis is like one of the greatest actors ever.
Yeah,
he's only in like a handful of movies. That's how good he is.
Where's he from? Ireland? No.
Daniel Day-Lewis, yeah.
He's Irish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I could see you being in one of those.
Yeah.
You got the look. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay. Is that the goal? Is that the dream?
Yeah, man.
Post-fighting. That's what you love to do.
I'd love to.
If it was up to you,
Yeah.
full-time actor.
Yep. But I've got a gym now, my own gym.
That's right.
In March, Progress Martial Arts.
I love that.
So
That's a great name.
the guys, honestly, I love every one of them. They're such a tight unit. They're in every day. They're working for each other. We've been on for March.
Glasgow?
Shots, still just out. Where I stay. Around the corner from my house.
Okay.
But some of the results we're getting this year is unbelievable, and they're just such a tight unit. They're all in it together. They're all helping each other. Just a great bunch. And
any pros yet?
Yeah. There's 3 pros.
Okay.
And like 10 amateurs, and some people ready to make their debuts. We've got jiu-jitsu guys that grapple and stuff like that. But it's just a great atmosphere, and I fucking love coaching. I love coaching them especially, man. So that's taking up a lot of my time. So I'm training, I'm opening up, I'm coaching, I'm training. Then at night I'm closing up, I'm mopping the mat. So I'm doing everything. So
wow.
if I did have to do the acting, then it would be tough, I think.
You spent a good amount of time at SBG back in the day.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was fucking great. I loved it.
What years?
I loved. So it was. I remember them because of the camps. It was 2017 to 2000 for 5 years.
So it was a little bit post Conor, like it was.
No, it was during. So
2017 is when he fought Mayweather.
When Conor, the Diaz and.
Okay, so that was 2016.
Khabib. I was in the Khabib one as well.
Oh, 2018. Okay. Oh, wow. What was that like?
It was battering cunts.
yeah.
But I loved it. So to Dublin's like a half an hour flight for me. And I used to go for like 2 weeks at a time. For every time I had a fight, I'd go over for 2 weeks. I'd stay across the road for the gym, the same wee house. I shared, there's like an Airbnb, a women stayed. And I loved it. I loved the coaches. I loved all the fighters. I just had a proper relationship with most of them. I loved it. I was getting away from my own gym and getting tough rounds with harder bodies and just networking and meeting new people and just travelling as well. I loved Dublin. But every time I was in Dublin, I was always training. I didn't get to really enjoy Dublin until I came back to fighting it and Shane Gillis, Billboard and stuff like that.
Sure. Do you think he can recreate the magic?
Conor?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I seen him jump about with Tyson last night, so I don't know how all that shit's gone, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's.
You think he fights again?
They're talking this White House card. He's got to fight Chandler, surely, man. Like, I think Chandler needs this.
Poor guy, right?
Him, man.
Poor guy.
To sleep at night, fuck's sake. But I think Chandler's probably the best fight for Conor to come back to, because the rest of them are just improving.
Killers, yeah.
I mean, he's not fought or won in a long time, and this sport just passes you by. But you don't know with Conor. But if they're going to be the White House one, then you'd probably put him on it, wouldn't you?
Did you ever train with Dennis?
I did. I trained with him a few times.
Why'd you laugh so much when I asked that?
Because he's a fucking pellet, man.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Pellet. He's an idiot.
Really?
He's a absolute fucking tit.
In the gym?
No, in the gym he was class. Like,
okay.
I used to roll with him, but now I've never met a guy that wants to take so many beatings to stay relevant. And have you met a guy that craves clout more in your life, Ariel, have you, than this guy? I know you're quite pal with him now, but like, does he stay local? Tell me come up. I mean, look at everything he does. It's just, he got hit with a toilet roll, he got choked out with a security guard, Anthony Taylor slapped him, he fights Logan, he doesn't throw a punch, he's always getting battered at all these fight shows. He just can't fight. For a guy that thinks he's hard, he cannot fight. I would love to fight him. I would love to fight him in Misfits and combat jiu-jitsu, boxing.
Misfits getting more
into... If he wants to fight, the new.
They're getting into MMA a lot more.
Aye, but he just fought a guy that's never grappled in his life and got 150 grand for guillotining the guy.
Listen, I'll accept a lot, but slander of the mechanic Warren Spencer is something I will not accept.
But no, he hadn't done a grappling bit of training. And then, what's he doing? How is he getting to choke a guy out that's never grappled for a lot of money?
For the belt too, by the way.
And now he's just got battered off. Do you see his wee red clown shoes hanging in there when the boys say Dagestan gave him a beat down? It's just like, stay away, man. You've got to get yourself really hurt one of these days. I know he acts a tough guy. Sometimes it's for show, but he isn't a tough guy. That's the thing, he's no. But in SBG, he was all right because he was just what, he sit beside Conor, and if he didn't sit beside Conor, he would start greeting and all that. So he's like, he was nice. He was good to roll with. I had great rounds with him, to be fair. But as the years have went by, I'm like, I can't fucking stand this guy, man. Like, I can't stand him. And now he's fighting Anthony Taylor.
Yeah.
Another guy is shit. He's pissed him, man. Know what I mean? He's absolute dug meat. I'd fight the two of them for free. Like misfits.
Please don't say that. Don't say that.
I would fight Dylan for free. Just to get hands on him. I know you stay local anyway, Dylan, so if you're kicking about later, give us a shout.
Sure. A fellow countryman of yours fighting this weekend at UFC, Chris Duncan.
Chris Duncan, yeah.
You have a relationship with him?
Yes.
Your boys? Okay.
Yep. I train with him in Stirling, or he comes to my gym, Progress, and trains with me, him, Robert Whiteford.
I love Robert.
Aye.
The flying judoka. He gave me that.
Yep.
The haggis.
Aye.
See that in the middle over there?
Aye.
You see it?
Yeah, I see
it. Yeah. Because I thought haggis was an actual animal.
See him tweeting about it.
Yeah, he's a legend.
So, me, Chris Duncan, Robert Whiteford and Adam and Michael Blair, we sometimes train in my gym on a Monday and a Wednesday. Obviously Chris goes to the American Top Team when he's fighting. But they sessions with Rab and Chris are fucking brutal, man. Like Rab is like, what, 42? Sorry, Rab. You would think he's fucking 30. He's strong as an ox. He outworks us all, still got it.
Wow.
And he's all the knowledge as well. So he just picking his brain and he'll just tell us stuff to work on. After class, we'll do like 10 rounds. Sometimes he wants to do like a 45-minute round, Rab, just for 45 minutes and he breaks.
Straight.
And then after it, he'll just pick your brains and sit and go through stuff with us. Brilliant, especially for my last camp and for Michael Blair's last camp. Rab was fucking outstanding. Chris comes down as well, but obviously goes to Top Team for his camp. But I think he beats McKinney.
Yeah.
So, like, two of them are finishers. Chris can knock people out. He can take a dig, but he can submit people now as well with his guillotine. So I see Chris winning by first or second round finish.
Okay. By the way, relationship with Drew McIntyre?
Not really.
No.
Like I've shared dressing rooms with him through ICW and that, but I would say that's about it.
Okay.
Not really bothered about Drew McIntyre anyway.
No, I mean one of your own.
Well, he's a Rangers fan, so he's definitely one.
Okay, sorry. I mean, I thought
no,
Scotland.
but I'm happy he's doing well for Scotland, but he's not my type of wrestler either.
Why not?
I don't know. He's just not my type.
Okay.
Yeah.
It got a little weird there for a second.
No.
Okay.
Like, they hating Drew McIntyre.
You have heat with Drew?
No hate. No hate. I just
you like more of the technical guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a big Celtic guy, huh?
Of course, man.
That's your team?
Yep.
I don't like your former coach.
So, let me say something.
Okay. Wait, do you know what I'm going to say?
There's tons of things I'm going to say here.
Sure.
Like, I know, like, how many teams have you got to support? Like, I know you've got Forest, your beloved Forest.
Right here. Right? Don't you forget it.
You used to have a Celtic top, or you used to have an Everton top as well.
Everton.
Right.
They tried to woo me.
Right.
And my services weren't going to be bought.
So
I need to feel it.
So Celtic are playing right now.
Sure, yeah, 2:45 I was told.
Martin O'Neill, this is his last day as interim manager, right? He was a manager like 30 years ago. He won the 2 European Cups with Forest, see the 2 stars?
Yeah, I know.
Martin O'Neill. So this is his last game tonight. Now we got a guy you might know who just...
don't tell me Ange Postecoglou.
No, because that's the one you don't like. Yeah. So Celtic just got a new manager today from Montreal. I think he's like French-Canadian, but he started with Columbus.
From Montreal?
Yep.
You got a Canadian to...
Wilfred Nonce.
Okay, yes.
So he just won the MLS League, so I'm like, maybe he's got to know some inside about this
from
guy.
Canada.
So I'm sure he's a manager for Quebec, Montreal, and he was a manager of Columbus.
You guys are so down bad as a club, Celtic, that you need a Canadian to be your manager? What's going on here?
I don't jump ship for Everton to Forest, that's what.
Listen, here's the
thing. What about Big Ange? Ange was fucking amazing. He didn't get time.
He should have never left you guys.
But he never got time with Forest. Got about 8 weeks.
He was like, he was 0-8 and you got Sean Deitch outperforming him. Sean Deitch. Come on, Sean Deitch. Woke nonsense. Sean Deitch is the man.
Do you think 8 weeks is enough for a manager? I know it's
not really,
cutthroat
but he
these days.
kind of came in and like he was a little smug, and I just feel like he didn't connect with the supporters. He didn't connect with the team. I follow Forrest through and through, and it felt like a bad. First of all, the first mistake was getting rid of Nuno.
Yeah.
Nuno got us into the Europa League.
It's a fucking owner.
I like Mr. Marinakis. I'm not going to speak poorly of him, okay?
That guy's a psycho.
Your words, not mine. The first problem was getting rid of Nuno, and then they bring in Ange, who, like, I felt like he felt like, okay, I'm blessing you with my presence here.
I will not.
Sean Dyche,
I won't hear any Ange hate.
He should have stayed at you guys. The Tottenham experience was a disaster. He did win Europa League.
Won a European Cup, though.
But I mean, come on. The two Premier League seasons were awful.
Style?
He always wins in the second season, eh? How about that for us?
Is his style? He's all attacking, but he won't.
I thought maybe he'd come back to you guys.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Did you want that?
Celtic's been a shit show. I would have took him back, yeah. Well, we don't know about this Wilfred nonsense guy.
You do have a Canadian on your team who I like very much, Alistair
AJ
Johnson. Yeah.
I thought you were going to speak about AJ earlier, but...
No,
the real
Alistair
AJ
Johnson.
Yeah.
He's on your team. You don't like him?
Fucking love him. He's my favourite player.
He's your favourite player? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well,
He's great on the Canadian national team. I'm very happy for him that he got this.
He's injured his hamstring again, and he came back too early, injured it again. But see, when he plays, he's fucking everything for the club, and that's what we want. I think I messaged about him ages ago, but even when he speaks and stuff like that, everybody's like, he could be the captain. He could be the captain. Like the way he speaks about the team and the players and the fans, as soon as he was in the door, he just got what the club meant to the fans, and the people love him. But so he's injured. I think he's got another couple of weeks for his hamstring.
I'm trying to look right now. They're so low that it's hard to find their score on the.
Fucking watch yourself.
Oh, what is that?
You talk about Celtic?
Oh, you're up 1-0. Okay, you're up 1-0, as they say. Yeah, what is it? I can't. Why? It's so low down. The Scottish Premier. Oh, one against Dundee FC.
Yep.
The powerhouse that is.
Yeah.
Now let's take a look at the table here real quick. Oh, you're second place.
Behind Tartside. We've got games in hand.
Oh, you're tied for first. Yeah.
Game in hand. Who scored?
Oh, let's see.
I'll tell you what. Celtic would fucking beat Nottingham Forest.
Not even. Are you in Champions League?
Eh?
Are you in Champions League right now?
Well, last year. Remember, we got to...
What are you now? Europa League?
Europa, aye.
So are we.
Aye.
How are you guys doing?
Mid-table. 17th or so.
Yeah.
But we had
a big win over Malmo last week.
We got out the group stage for the Champions League last year and got Bayern Munich, and we got beat with the last kick of the ball.
That's right.
In Germany.
Maeda scored.
Yeah.
So this is like your team.
Of course, man.
Okay.
Born and bred.
But by the way, I didn't like the slander. I am through and through Forest. Other teams
what was the fucking Everton about?
Yeah, they tried to woo me. They sent me a jersey. I held it up, and people used that as the thing.
I'm sure I used to see a Celtic tap on your desk. Celtic jersey, no?
Did we ever have Celtic guys?
Definitely
Listen, I'm open. The Adelaide.
I was going to bring you one.
The Adelaide Crows sent me something. The AFL team.
I was going to bring you a boat.
Look at that's a nice kid right there, huh? That's a nice looking kid right there. Look at you.
I was going to bring you a boat of Buckfast.
No, I would never.
Oh, look at this. You know where that is? That's America.
Where is that?
That's in North Carolina.
Okay.
You
look fantastic.
We went for pre-season with Celtic and we beat. Guess who we beat? Manchester City and Chelsea. Scudded them.
Well done. Well, this past
last.
Okay, Scotland. Have you guys qualified?
Yeah, for the World Cup.
Oh, I saw that.
Honestly,
that guy scored the goal from the other end, right? From the halftime.
Yeah. So my friend scored the goal before it.
Oh, your actual friend?
Kieran Tierney.
Okay, yeah.
Played for Arsenal, plays for Celtic now.
Okay.
So he scored the third one, and then McLean scored for the halfway line to seal the deal, basically. But Scotland in the World Cup, I've seen Oasis twice this year.
Yeah, what a year.
Honestly, what a fucking year. And now I'm sitting with you.
Man.
Fucking hell.
By the way, when was the last time, has Celtic ever played for us?
No, it would have been.
No, never played for us.
No, you were away down. You have just got good, remember?
They didn't play like in. They didn't play like in 1983.
Maybe. You got to pull up something.
Guys, can you help me out here with this or no?
Did they beat Celtic and fucking?
I see here 2-1. Third round, second leg of the European Cup 1983.
You beat us?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Listen, no big deal.
I know.
That's before your time. You weren't born in 1983, right? Okay.
You have won it twice. We won it once.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, it was just 6 or 7.
By the way, back to back.
Yeah.
79-80.
Martin O'Neill was in the team, Celtic manager.
He was on Forest.
You won that twice with him?
Yeah.
Martin O'Neill.
The great Brian Clough.
Yep.
You don't know anything about Brian
Yeah,
Clough.
he's a manager.
You know nothing about Brian Clough. You're not a football historian like me.
Excuse me, shit house.
Yeah.
That's how I used to say. You used to call people shit houses.
Me?
Brian Clough.
Oh, Brian Clough, yes. By the way, when's the last time Scotland made the World Cup?
96, France 96.
Okay.
Nearly 30 years
Welcome
ago.
back.
I know.
Welcome
It's in
back.
America, so we'll probably come
You gonna
back.
come back?
Oh, aye.
Okay.
Definitely.
I love that you guys always say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Fuck
that means like yes?
Fuck aye.
Now you're warming up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to go. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Ariel.
what an honor.
Absolute legend.
Pleasure. Keep up the great work. Congrats on a great
Thank you.
career.
Thank you, man.
Love the wrestling and Bret Hart influences. Try not to get into any fights in Brooklyn.
I'll try my hardest.
Yeah, because
unless Dylan's kicking about, I'll.
Okay, all right. Well, we can't. Yeah. There he is, the great Chris Bungard, the bad guy. See him in a fight, maybe first half of 26.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All the best.
Let's go Bruins tomorrow as well.
That's right. Who are they playing?
They're playing Blues.
Okay, St. Louis. We'll be back in a moment. Malcolm Wellmaker standing by. Don't go anywhere. Hello, Tom. How are you?
How's it going, my friend?
It's good to talk to you. It's good to see you here. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Of course, like you said, I've done a little bit of media over on my YouTube channel, but the first interview, of course, has to go to my mate, Ariel.
I appreciate that. And yes, I do urge everyone to check out what you have already posted on your YouTube channel. And we played some of it yesterday and talked about it and dissected it. But here, getting this opportunity to talk to you is a great privilege and honor. And so we thank you very much. First, let me ask you, not your typical how are you, which people then just say good and we move on. How are you doing? Obviously, the last time we saw you, major health scare, the eye pokes, everyone knows the story by now. How are you doing? How are you feeling a little over a month later?
I'm generally doing pretty good, thanks, mate. Yeah, everything in my life is pretty amazing. Can't complain.
How are the eyes?
The eyes are unfortunately not back to full health yet, so we're still waiting. We put the doctor's reports out recently.
Yes.
Which has been a bit of a whirlwind, to be honest with you, because I know there's a lot of haters out there. Of course, this is professional sport at the highest level. We have haters. But when the eye poke happened, obviously, eye pokes happen all the time in MMA, unfortunately, and got the eye poke. Obviously, everything went on from there. Went to the hospital, returned home. Didn't even check my phone or nothing for a while. And then I realized oh shit, people genuinely think that I faked this. People actually think that I was faking it. And then I was like, did people actually see the replay of what happened? Because that was a full on eye poke. So then I was like, what is going on? Why are people thinking I'm faking this? After everything that I've been through to get there. So then I left it quite a while. I thought, right, I'm going to get all the doctor's notes included. I've been through it for loads and loads of tests for weeks. I've literally been in the hospital 2 or 3 times a week getting different tests. Then I come up with a doctor's report, and then people are like, oh, he's fucking crying about it. He's doing a media tour on it. He's milking it. And I'm like, bro, if you don't believe the eye poke, and you don't believe the doctor's reports, what are we doing? What's going on here? I didn't make this shit up. Go watch the replay, check out the doctor's reports. Look, man, I'm in a point where, you just cannot please these guys. These guys are fucking losers, man. These guys are just crazy haters who have got nothing good going on in their life, obviously. I still got a lot of fans. I wanted to keep my fans updated with what's going on. And I appreciate everybody that's stuck by me.
Why do you feel like that's the sentiment? Why do you feel like people off the bat were blaming you and sending more hate your way than to the guy who inflicted the damage, who inflicted the foul on you?
I have no idea, because I think I'm generally a pretty liked human being. But the thing with success, right? This is something that I've learned, and I'm still learning even more and more. It's you do good. People always want you to do good, on the way up. As soon as you get all the way up, people get uncomfortable and they want to bring you down. And unfortunately, I have experienced my fair share of that, which is crazy. Like you say, I think this might be the only sport that like you can be not the fouler but the foulee. Is that a term? A foulee?
Yeah, I get
who
it.
got fouled, and it's your fault when you get fouled. Like it's fucking crazy, man. I did not know that.
Back on the program, that was my conversation with Tom Aspinall from yesterday. A lot to unpack there, a lot to take away from it. Check it out on the channel. What about Chris Bungard? What a lovely guy. Great stuff there. Really enjoyed meeting him for the first time, seeing his friend Derek, who's a great fan and supporter of ours as well. The only Scottish man that is a Knicks fan that I know of and really is a Knicks fan. So that was great. Big thanks to Pete. He helped me out in prep for that interview, so I appreciate that very much, and always love meeting some of the OGs of the fight scene and individuals that we don't get to talk to often, especially from overseas. So hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. We transition now, and I want to let you know that at about 3:45, we're going to be joined by Abdullah Mason, who's the youngest active world champion in boxing today. Just won the WBO lightweight title over in Riyadh, defeating Sam Noakes. That's the 135-pound division in MMA. That division is in focus this weekend with Merab Dvalishvili defending his title against Piotr Jan. And our next guest competes in that division as well. We had him on the program right before his fight at Madison Square Garden. By now, you know what happened. He didn't end up fighting the opponent that he was supposed to fight. In enters the relatively unknown Ethan Ewing. And as it goes in the fight game, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. It did not go his way on that night, and so wanted to check in with Malcolm Wellmaker to see how he is doing in the aftermath of that fight. He is kind enough to join us right here and now on the program. There he is. Hello, Malcolm. How are you, my man?
I'm good, man. I always find myself smiling super hard listening to your intros of me, man. You do such a good job.
I appreciate that, and I'm happy to see that you are good, that you are smiling. I did happen to see a video that you posted on your social media after the fight saying that, you know, the couple days after the fight in New York were rough for you. And so could you tell us how you handled it, why they were rough?
Well, for the first is, you know, I don't lose very often, so it's not an experience I'm you know, really used to. And second, man, I felt like I lost everything I built up all year. You know, I felt like I was on track to being rookie of the year, legendary, first year in the UFC, Madison Square Garden, 3 knockouts, and like it just all slipped through my fingers, and it was such a bad loss because I knew the narrative was going to be that I lost to underdog or nobody. Like it wasn't Cody Haddon, who people had knowledge of and respected. It was somebody we never heard of, and he came in and he outfought me, and I just felt absolutely devastated, and I just knew how rough the times coming was going to be.
And so let's take a step back if we can. I remember speaking to you. You were right here in our studio on the Tuesday of fight week, right? And at the time, you're fighting Cody Hatton. When do you find out that he is out? And do you find out right away, hey, he's out and we've got this guy? Or is it he's out and we're looking for someone?
So I had an interview with the broadcast team at Thursday at 11 a.m. And I came down from my room at 10:30 to grab a coffee before going to that broadcast meeting. And as I was in line to get my coffee is when they called me and told me that Cody hadn't broke his foot. And the immediate conversation following that was, but we're going to find somebody that's going to make weight, going to fly in and going to fight you on Saturday. So that was around 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m. on Thursday.
Had you ever heard of Ethan Ewing?
Never. I never heard of the dude at all. So the conversation regarding matchups that came was around like 2 to 4 p.m. I was going through my day. I was getting ready for my weight cut sessions, and I was in my hotel room, and I was laying down because I was scheduled to start my cut at 6 p.m. And there was a group chat with my team, my management, and they started dropping names in there. Ethan was one of them. And I texted them and I said, I'll fight whoever. Y'all make it happen. Tell me what to do. It was just like that. I locked my phone and I rolled over so I could lay down before going to cut weight. And, everything kind of happened on its own after that.
So by Thursday night, you knew that you were fighting a guy named Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, it was shortly after that, maybe around like 4 or 5 p.m. They said it was locked in. It was a done deal. It was going to be at 145. And yeah, we just move forward with it.
Did you look him up? Did you watch film on him? Did you do your research?
Oh man, I hate even admitting this, but the full extent of my research was I looked him up. I saw his record: 8-2, 7 knockouts. Obviously, he's a striker, and the only clip I watched of him was the highlight of him when he knocked out Billy Brand the week before. And that was it. That was all of the knowledge that I went into the fight with, foolishly, obviously.
Wow. You didn't watch footage, tape, break him down, anything like that. Was that, do you think, I'll just ask bluntly, like, do you think that was cockiness on your part?
Let me tell you, it was cockiness. I don't think so much of. It was foolishness, because I truly believed that the matchup they was going to give me was the show must go on kind of matchup. Like, I honestly thought they was taking care of me, which is dumb. It's stupid looking back, but bro, I'm new to the game, bro. And like, I'm sitting here thinking like last time it was Chris Mutino, like he was cool with getting a contract out of it. Like, I'm gonna go in there and do what I'm supposed to do. Like, they want their prospect to keep knocking folks out. So they must be throwing me a guy that's a good striker, but not on my level for sure. And just a absolutely dumb assumption to go into the fight with. And obviously I got a rude awakening shortly after the bell rung in the first round.
Did your team at least watch footage on him, or did all of you feel the same?
So my team watched a little bit more footage than I did.
Okay.
They didn't like the matchup. But I'm a fighter, you know what I mean? I'm me. So I wanted to go forward with it, and they didn't tell me no. They didn't even necessarily voice their disliking of the matchup as much to me, obviously, because they didn't want to impact my mental too much. They talked a little bit about it to my management, how they didn't like it, and they prefer some other names. But he was the only one, I guess we were told, he was the only one with medicals up to date that could fly in, that could make the weight of 145. They said he was going to be the guy. And me being who I am, I didn't care who it was. And them being my team and supporting me, even if they didn't have a good feeling about it, they was willing to move forward with it. So they did watch him. They did have an idea of how we wanted to approach him. But to be honest, we didn't have a thorough, extensive enough sit down looking at his style and coming up with a strategic approach for the fight at all.
Do you think if you would have asked them, should I proceed with this, they would have said no?
They might not have flat out said no, but they might have been honest and said, I really don't like the fight. I don't think it's a good situation. I mean, I even remember talking to my coach, Jake, about it, the pro I told you about. And I told him, I was like, bro, it sucks because I'm in a situation where if I fight this dude that nobody knows and I win, it does nothing to raise my stock. People going to say I fought only Can, some unsigned guy that was a sacrificial lamb. And if I lose to him, I get knocked out or finished or beat by a bum. And I knew how much of a lose-lose situation it was. But even in that conversation, my coach was like, yeah, like he didn't say anything to make that weight of that feeling any heavier on me. They just really, more than anything, prioritized in the moment my mental. But I think if we had the conversation, if we wasn't willing to make the plan of pulling out, they wouldn't have said anything more than they did.
In the back, fight day, fight night, how are you feeling? Are there doubts? Are you feeling great? Is the moment
like $1 million?
Okay.
I felt like that, brother. I felt like the best I've ever felt. And I don't even think it was like necessarily like my camp was that much better than any of the other ones. I just felt like I had been doing everything. I felt like I was starting to belong in the UFC. I was starting to feel like, I was getting the swing of things, like that I was almost like filling my shoes of like the star that people wanted me to be. I felt good. I felt like I belonged. And I was very excited to go out and fight. Like I just wanted to go out and have a good time. That's all I wanted to do. And yeah, it kind of went the way it went.
Do you think, okay, so I asked you if there was any sort of like cockiness, hubris involved in not looking into him. There was so much buzz and attention on you, and it was Madison Square Garden. Do you think just overall you went in there too confident, too cocky? Like, did you feel like the previous fights, the great success you had in 2025 affected the way in which you mentally approached the fight and ultimately fought that fight?
Yeah. Now, when you talk about it from like the way that the previous success influenced my technical approach in real time, absolutely. So I don't like my camp, like even the mentality I was competing from, like I had respect for this dude. Like I didn't feel like oh, nobody can beat me. Like, I mean, I still felt human, but I just felt absolutely confident like I was supposed to. It's a weird balance you have to strike as a fighter, but I felt like I did it without being too cocky necessarily. But when you talk about the way that I was fighting, 100%, I had too much faith in my right hand. I mean, it's obvious. Even an uneducated viewer could tell, like, I had way too much stock in my right hand, even especially after early in the fight, like I got really close to having success with it. And I think that when things got rough and I started fighting from an instinctive place, like I wasn't stringing together combos, I wasn't throwing straights. Like I just wanted to put my right hook on him, and he was able to beat it and nullify it.
When you were having such great success with those right hands, especially early in fights as of late, when it was clear that you were in a dogfight here, internally, were you panicking? Were you getting worried? Are you thinking in the third round like, oh shit, if I don't do something here, I might lose this fight? What's going on mentally as the fight is progressing?
So I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. So I go into the first round, and again, like I'm competing from the same place I've always competed from. Like I feel ultimately confident, especially now. Like the crowd's not bothering me. I'm going to look for my finishing shot when it presents itself. I'm gonna commit to it. And we go into this first round, and I hit him hard, and he's giving me a good technical response to everything as far as the striking goes. So I'm starting to realize, okay, this guy's actually pretty good. And then we end up in a clinch scenario. And remember, I look into his record and I'm like, surely he must just be a striker. Like if he's 8 wins, 7 knockouts, no way they throw me a killer that has these kind of striking finishes and can wrestle and grapple and all that stuff, right? So I go for a poor takedown attempt when I tried to do the outside trip. He threw the hell out of me. And when he threw the hell out of me and I had to work my way back up, that was probably the moment when I was like, all right, bro, like, nah, this kid is good. And so the first round finishes how it finishes. And I feel like even with it being very close, I felt good about the way I fought in the first round. But I go back to my stool and I realize like I feel completely like blindsided and out of the moment and realizing like this is not what I thought it was. And like I need to be ready to fight. And so from that moment forward, I almost threw technique out the window and tried to make it a dogfight, because the way I thought about it was like, if this dude can strike with me, if this dude can wrestle with me, I know he doesn't have the heart that I have. I know he's not durable as I am. I know he's not, conditioned the way I am. And I leaned into trying to make it a dogfight. Like if you watch the fight, like I was the one that when the exchange is finished, I walked forward. Like I didn't care about staying in a stance and like galloping forward responsibly. Like I literally walked forward, or like I was jogging forward to try to keep pressure on them and just make it dirty, because I almost fell back to like, this dog mentality that I have that people don't really know I have, because I've been knocking people out in the first round. And looking back, I almost feel like it was a mistake, but I wasn't like present in the fight mentally from a competitive standpoint. Like this is the first time I can say this, but I literally don't remember a lick of advice my corner gave me between rounds. Like I have no idea what they said to me. They told me after the fight that like I was saying yes sir and like not in my head, but I literally don't remember anything they told me. And I just remember like in the fight just walking forward, trying to put pressure on this guy, trying to break him. And he was durable, he was conditioned, he believed he was supposed to be there, and that approach was not the right approach to win the fight against him, unfortunately.
When his hand gets raised and you have to walk to the back, and now you're in the locker room and the music is kind of stopping and the show's rolling on, but you have to sit with this result. What is that like? What are those feelings like? What are those emotions like?
Well, you thought somebody shot and killed my mama the way, you know what I mean? Like I held it together a good bit as I was walking from the cage through the tunnel. I remember walking through the tunnel and all the fans was like screaming at me, telling me they still love me. And I was holding my hand on my chest. I was like, I love y'all, I love y'all. And like the tears were starting to come. And when they took me to like the behind the curtain where the doctor was, and they closed the curtain and it was just me and my team and the med staff, like it was like, I felt like I lost everything. It was bad.
You mentioned in that clip that you and your team had to have like a really serious and honest conversation about everything. And it was a difficult conversation, but you kind of laid all the cards on the table. How difficult was that to have it's always hard to have honest conversation with people you love. And what is the result of that conversation? In short, are you staying with your team? Are you going to move on? What are you doing as a result of this difficult conversation?
So I talk about, going into the fight with the wrong mentality, lack of preparation, not a good strategic approach, like a lot of things like that. What a bad matchup it was. Like even if I was to talk about like my fight week shakeouts, like brother, like I remember one shakeout, Benil Dariush was in the room, and then the other shakeout before the fight walkout, I was sharing the warm-up room with Carlos Prates, and I get excited in front of these superstars, and like I'm cracking so damn hard. Like I gotta like that's something that's not beneficial or gonna help me go into the fight without spending some of my energy. Like there's so many small things that I know we aren't doing like the best in the game do, such as obviously that not doing the film study and making it mandatory that we do not step in the cage with somebody without having prepared calls, without having prepared strategy, just stuff like that. And then on top of that, this is something that me and my team, have always done, but our fight trips are like vacations to us. So we love, going to see things, going to eat. But that ended up having me in New York in particular walk a lot more than I probably should have. I had my son with me, carrying around my son a lot while I was walking, and that probably didn't benefit me any in the fight as well. So like a lot of things that happened that was because of a lack of us having like a standard or a protocol in place, being a family more than like a professional team like these other guys have with their coaches. So like we talked about all those things that went wrong, talked about all the habits and things that we do that we might need to change. But I mean, we're gonna do it. Like I'm not going nowhere. My team is good. My team is great. Even looking back, like the advice that they were giving me in the fight was the right advice. It was my fault and lack of ability to implement it. On the mats, I still think like I have good guys on my team that can give me the rounds I need. They have the right mind for the sport, but we just have to fine tune a couple things, and we're gonna come back and we're gonna be good 100%.
We did talk before the fight in studio about, getting good sleep and, the family was there and the babies. And I'm not trying to offer, I'm not trying to make that as a distraction, but that's just the reality of life. And I know this as a father. You're in a small hotel room. It's hard to sleep when you've got a 6-month-old. In retrospect, do you think that did, influence the way in which you fought and were feeling that week?
So let me tell you this. So my coach, he got my coach Jake, the bantamweight pro I was telling you about. He brought his wife and his 3-year-old son and his 4-month-old baby, and I had my 6-month-old baby.
It's a lot.
Like I said, we do everything as a family. So I'm going through weight cuts. We got all the kids with us. You know what I mean? I'm going to eat at this restaurant, and the kids acting crazy. And when I look back at the conversation me and you had, I also know that during fight week, it doesn't matter what goes wrong. The mentality that I had when answering your questions of, if my baby is crying, oh well, like I'm going to compete the best. If all the kids are throwing a fit, oh well, I'm going to compete the best. Like everybody wants fight week to be like catered to the fighter, but the reality is the world is not going to like work around you on your fight week. And as a fighter, it's your responsibility to make sure that no matter what happens, you still can compete at the highest level. So that was the mentality that I was speaking from. And that's the mentality that I will maintain moving forward. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to try to like, remove some of those factors moving forward into my next fight weeks. And that, again, was another conversation that we had that's super hard, because how do you tell your coach or how does your coach take responsibility for his children, adding stress to you on fight week? But I mean, we talked about that stuff and we walked away on the same page with it and knowing that, we're going to do the things that we have to do to be successful in the future.
Okay. Sometimes you have never given people a reason to hate you. Sometimes it's like a fighter gets pushed. I remember back in the day, there was a fighter named Sage Northcutt. You probably never heard of Sage Northcutt.
Yeah, I know. Now I know who he is. Yeah.
All right. And then he was the nicest guy, but the fans felt like he was pushed too far and too fast. Yeah. And he loses, I remember in Newark, and everyone crapped all over him. And now there's this term fraud check. People love to build you up, and then you get to the top and they see all the success you had and they want to see you stumble. Did you feel that fraud check thing? Did you feel that backlash from the fans? Did you feel people piling on, or has it been relatively good?
No, it's been horrible.
Has it really been?
When I say it's been horrible, that's me, I guess, being human about it, because most of the people that support me are honest enough to see that I put on a great performance. I fought my heart out, and that Ethan is very talented. But like for every few good comments. There's plenty of bad ones. And I don't think back when Sage was fighting, like, these parlays was a thing. So, like, brother, I messed up so many people's money, and like, they are relentless. Like, even right now, bro, if I go to my notifications tab, I promise you, within the last hour, I've gotten comments about how I suck and I got fraud checked. So it is rough. It's real crazy. I guess Sage was probably similar, but like, I felt like I went from being like the most beloved, come up story that people wanted to see win, and like the hate is just as like sharp as far as like how it feels when they cut you with it, and it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I'm cool with understanding that this is what come with the fight game, and I'm not letting it affect me too much beyond it just being internet trolls. Like, an internet troll is an internet troll. But no, it's been hard, man. It's been rough, and I can kind of see why some of the athletes have such a love-hate relationship with the fan base.
So how are you feeling now? We're almost a month removed. Are you still feeling down? Are you licking your wounds? Are you back at the gym? How are you feeling mentally and physically?
Yeah, so 100% I'm back in the gym. I got back in the gym not the next week because I went to Texas for one of my teammates who fought in Fury, but immediately the week after that, I was already back in the gym. Obviously, I'm limited. I still got to let the stitches on my face heal up a little bit, but I'm back in the gym. I'm already working new things. I got some more people I've added to my team to change up a couple things. I'm feeling a ton better, obviously, like, I'm not waking up and like that's the first thing on my mind no more. It's still a very big part of what I have to deal with mentally every day, the loss and the things that come from it. But I'm in a very good place. I'm already back to work. Hopefully we'll be getting able to compete early next year and wipe all this stuff away, because the fan base tends to have a short-term memory. So I'm excited to get back out there and start my comeback story. But I'm doing good, man. Everything's all right. I'm still very blessed, and I'm happy to be here.
How's the confidence?
Good, brother. Listen, look, man, I hope it to be true, but I feel like the loss is gonna age well, bro. Like, that's good. Like, you gotta know, like, bro, he came to Madison Square Garden, and on 48 hours, like, his nerves was not shook. Like, I put him in some like uncomfortable positions, and every time I felt like I might be getting close to like maybe making him want to take a knee, like, bro, he found it in his heart to rally back. And aside from that, look how much technical approach he showed. Like, bro, Ethan was good. He deserved to be there. I lost to somebody that I feel like is going to go into the division to do good things. And when that loss ages well on me, that's going to be good for, I feel like, public opinion on me. But aside from the fact that I feel like, I'm still who I thought I was, like, he showed me so much I can improve on. Like, the things that I know that I'm going to dial in between now and the next fight, like, I'm going to be so good in my next fight, man. Like, on my worst day, which I feel like that was one of my worst days, nobody in the division will be able to do that to me again. Like, I'm going to make the improvements. I'm going to use this loss the way that the legends and champions did, and I'm going to come back better for sure.
I didn't realize, by the way, that there was a bit of a rivalry between the pipe fitters and the safety managers.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Because I done seen these uneducated outlets saying that, Ethan has the best base for MMA, which is construction. Hold up, brother. I love you, Ethan, but he know this and I know this, bro. He's not a construction worker. He don't put a tool in his hand. He walk around the job site with a clipboard and a pen, and he take notes on whether people are following safety protocol or not. So, like, I'm not saying that, there's like, I have a problem with him because he's necessary, right? Because in the 90s, on job sites, when they used to bid jobs, they used to bid in how much lawsuits for deaths on the job was going to cost them. So without people like Ewing, people like me would be dying on the job site, right? So we need him. But he's not a construction worker, you know what I mean? He's a white hat, So he's one of those people that people like myself in the trade, when we trying to get stuff done, when I talk to you about working on a zinc processing plant and not having a respirator on, right? He's not letting that fly. And it's like, I'm the guy like, get out of here, bro. I got a job to get done. I need to make this money. I got a family to feed. And he's like, no, we're not doing that. You're not putting your life on the line for this company. So we have a love and hate relationship with safety guys. But again, like, he's a necessary evil. He does good for me, for my family, making sure we all stay alive. I love the guy. But on the job site, when I'm trying to get something done, he's the last guy I want to see. You understand what I'm saying?
So when you found out about that and you were like, I'm sure you've had some battles with these guys back in the day. You're like, these freaking guys again coming into my life.
let me tell you how I found out. My journeyman from my first year of apprenticeship, his name is Eric. He texted me. He said, I got bad news. I said, what's wrong? He said, Ethan's a safety guy. He wears a chin strap hard hat. And I said, oh my goodness. And that was like the first message from, the construction industry I got. But like I've gotten multiple messages.
Pre-fight or post-fight? Did you learn about this after the fight?
After the fight.
Okay.
After the fight.
After
the fight. Yeah. So like after the fight, brother, I had so many pipers that reached out and was like, bro, you lost to a safety guy. And I'm like, oh my God. Like I did a bad one for the trades, bro. I feel horrible. But look, bro, he earned it. And again, like I said, I'm honest enough to admit that he is necessary in the industry. So hats off to him, but damn, man, the safety got one up on us, brother.
We had him on the show after, and he's got a great story as well. He landed, the morning of the fight, all that stuff. Yes. I don't know if any of this stuff like crosses your feed. And
yes,
you see
absolutely.
What is it like for you to see this? Now he's being celebrated, and it's, I don't know. Is it tough? Is it tough to swallow in the moment?
It is, but it's not. So like 100%, I'm happy for him. Like I remember being in his position, having to work a job, having to train, and waiting for my opportunity, knowing that I can do what these guys on the highest level are doing. Like I'm happy for him. I want him to get his success. I want him to get his sponsors. I want him to get his money. I want him to get more fights. I hope he continues to do great. Because look at me, like I've had my blessings. Like look how much money I've already made. Look at the position I'm in. He got a baby on the way. I had a baby on the way. Like he gonna be able to do great things for his family, for his old lady. So like, bro, I'm glad for him. I'm happy for him. I want to see him going to do good things because I can see so much of what I went through in him. But also it is very hard because my loss and my failure is tied to his success. And obviously, if I open the comment section, good Lord, it's all bad. But, I'm very happy for him. And he deserves to be here 100%. And I hope that blessings keep coming his way.
Is the dream a rematch somewhere, some way, somehow down the line?
I would definitely like to fight him again. I feel like if I had a full fight camp, and especially, well, not even full fight camp, brother. If I knew what I was walking into, bro, like it would have been different. If I done took an hour with my team to sit down and know how to approach this guy, it would have been so much different. So I would like to redeem that one day, but it's not something that I'm like, oh, I can't walk away from my career without redeeming that loss. I'm fine. He can hold that. Like, bro, I still want Marab one day. That's
sure.
My dream. And I do think that one day he will possibly be ranked when I am as well. And I hope that, if it works out, we can have us a huge fight with a great backstory one day. But if I never see him again, it's not gonna hurt my feelings at all.
Do you have a preference who you come back against?
None at all. I don't care who I fight. It could be, I don't know how the organization really does feel about my next step, but whether they want to dial it back or turn it up, bro, I do not care. Like if they give me the name, I'll do the breakdown. I'll do the film study. We're going to sit down. We're going to have a strategy. We're going to have calls. My camp's going to be just as good as the last one. My mental's going to be just as good and confident as the last one. And I'm going to put on a fantastic performance. I don't care who it is.
Do you feel like the promotion is still behind you?
I would like to think so. I took so the night that I took the fight, so that Thursday night, Hunter Campbell calls my manager and he asked to put me on the phone in particular. And he talks to me and tells me how much he respects my decision to fight somebody on 48 hours notice, especially knowing that they're not signed to the UFC and what that could mean, like what kind of risk that is. Because I'm going to be honest, a lot of people in my position probably would not have done that. So he respected that a ton. He told me he believed in me. And I would like to think that after putting on a performance that earned a fight of the month, they still feel the same way about me that they felt beforehand. But obviously, when the next fight comes and we end up at the negotiation table, hopefully it shows. But until then, I won't know. So we'll see.
Well, I'm happy to hear he said that. I'm happy to hear he spoke to you, and they should still be behind you. One stumble, one loss, not taking anything away from Ian. He deserved that, or Ethan, I should say. He deserved that. But that doesn't change how they should feel about you. And I still think that your ceiling is super high and your trajectory is still going up. And I still think that you'll be very much, look at the greatest fighters of all time. They all have losses, multiple losses. Some of the best ever have double-digit losses. shouldn't
I know,
change
bro.
the way
I got
they
a
look.
little bit of room for error.
Yes, shouldn't change the way they look
right.
at you or the way the fans look at you or the media looks at you, and certainly most importantly, the way you look at yourself. So small stumble, you did it, you made the walk. Can't wait to see the comeback. It will be greater than the setback, as they say. Good luck to you.
Yes, sir.
I look forward to the return, and happy holidays to you and your family, my man.
Thank you so much, Ariel. I love you and all the guys on your show, man. Y'all are amazing, and I cannot wait to see y'all again.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. Same here.
Take it easy, brother.
There he is, Malcolm Wellmaker. Surely will be back in no time, 2026. No doubt about it. Ethan Ewing, perhaps they'll meet down the line as well. And that is crazy when you think about it. I caught a whiff of that when Ethan was talking about, safety manager and pipe. I don't know nothing about that world, but he was talking about this, and I was like, wait, is there like a little rivalry there? And then so to hear that reaction, but I think he's handling it well. He's handling it great. He's not hiding. He's got a smile on his face. Yes, he's upset. Yes, he's down. He's having hard conversations. People lose, and they come back, and it doesn't change anything about them. It doesn't change anything about their career, about the way the promotion feels about them. And I'm sure actually the promotion kind of feels like, yes, thank you. You stepped up. All good. We'll put you back in there. And yeah, a little setback, no doubt. No doubt about it. Little setback, 2 steps back, 3 forward. All good. We move on. All right. Let us talk to another young stud who fights at 135 pounds, but just in a different combat sport. That sport, of course, boxing on... when was it? 2 Saturdays ago, whatever date that was, 2 Saturdays ago in Riyadh, the ring card over there in Riyadh, which was a star-studded affair, no doubt about it. The best fight on that card by far, it wasn't even close, was the Abdullah Mason versus Sam Noakes fight. And Mason has been fighting for Top Rank for the last couple of years, and they've been really pushing him. And here he is getting this opportunity to fight for the vacant WBO lightweight title, and he knocked it out of the park. It was a tremendous performance. His city, Cleveland behind him, the Browns behind him, everyone behind him, and now all of a sudden it appears as though we have a new star on our hands as far as American boxing is concerned, and as of right this moment, he is the youngest active champion in the great sport of boxing. He is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about all that and then some. There he is. Hello, Abdullah. How are you, my man?
Ariel, what's going on? How's everything?
It's going great. I appreciate you coming on. Great to meet you. Congratulations on winning that title right over there. It's looking very good. How's life been since you won it?
Cricket, man. I think it's a little crooked on here.
I think it looks good. I think it looks nice.
That's good?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
How's life been since you won that belt?
Man, it's been well, man. It's been a lot of congratulations, a lot of support, and everybody's seeing it. Me as the youngest world champion in boxing, everybody's looking forward to what's coming next.
So when you got into all of this many moons ago, did you think at 20 years old, did you think at this age, so young in the game, did you think that you would have a belt of this stature at this point?
Yeah, I felt like I would definitely have been prepared for a title at this point, and it's been proven that it's been able to be done. So I knew it was something that was going to be able to be accomplished, and we're here now. So we looking forward to what comes next.
This was obviously a huge card, a huge opportunity for you, a big stage, but it was your first time fighting outside of North America as a pro, right? You had fought in Canada, mainly in the United States. You go all the way to freaking Saudi Arabia, not exactly like a hop, skip, and a jump away. What was the experience like for you?
It was different, but I felt like the support was still there. We were locked in until the fight, and the main difference was fighting at 2 a.m., being on Saudi time. I fought at 2 a.m. on their time, so I had to make the times match up. But besides that, everything was cool. The environment was solid. The people were solid. It was definitely support. And everybody was showing hospitality, everybody from Saudi, all the teams was there supporting. So it was great,
I was wondering about that, especially for the American fighters. Did you just stay on American time zone? Because essentially you were fighting like on a more normal time. In America, I think your fight was at like 5, 6 o'clock local time on the East Coast, as opposed to 2 a.m. over there. So did you just try to stay on American time zone?
Yeah. We tried to stay on American time zone. It was a little tough at first, but we got used to it, and we got the job done. Came home with the title, so it's all good.
Sam was super game though. Tough opponent, gritty guy. What did you think of him as far as like just his ability to stand there and take the punishment that you were dishing out?
He came as expected. I definitely had to put something on him a little more than he withstood a little more than I thought he would be able to. But I was prepared for that. Our training camp, allowed for me to be able to have that type of fight. That was my first fight going past 6 rounds, and we, went in there with arguably the toughest guy in the division. I don't think nobody else would have went in there and fought him that way. And for me to come out on top fighting that type of fight and beating him at his own game, it was definitely something I had to be prepared for. But we knew that he would be coming like that. We knew that he would be strong like that, before fight night or just leading up to the fight in the training camp. My father would let me know the game plan, but then he'll also add on at the end, you may have to hurt this guy, man. You may really have to sit there and hurt this guy, and that's what it ended up being.
Yeah, that is wild. You went from 6 rounds to 12 rounds. As far as the cardio, I mean, obviously you trained for this and you were well prepared, but just like being in there in the actual fight, those 6 extra rounds, how did you feel by the end?
I feel good. I feel ready, man. I was prepared to go more if I had to. Like towards the last 2 rounds, I feel like I started turning up a little bit more, just to solidify that win. And I knew I had more in the tank. I was able to go more rounds if I had to go more rounds.
There's a little bit of irony, I think, that you are the holder of that particular belt, because that was Keyshawn Davis's belt, right? Until he missed weight and then was stripped. And it felt like there was a bit of a rivalry brewing between you two. How do you feel about what's happened to Keyshawn over the last few months? Because not that long ago, I feel like we were talking about him in the same exact spot that you're in now, and now you've since replaced him after everything that he's been through.
I feel like it's just boxing. That's boxing. You got to be prepared for whatever is to come. And, me sitting here lets you know that I was prepared to grab this title after whatever happened on his end of things. So, that was definitely a moment of time. We thought that would have been, the next route to take. We was right there in line while he still had the title. But whatever happened, we was prepared for it. And, this was the route that we had to take. And, I came out on top.
Do you feel like perhaps you've learned lessons from how he dealt with things? Like, did you look at him and say, okay, I can't do the things that he did. He did a few things. He made a few missteps, and I can't do that because now I'm in the exact same position.
Yeah, I mean, not just that, but, you got to be on your A game all around. And I feel like that was just a reminder, you can't look at only, the good and everything. You got to look at the bad in it or what could be as well. And just keep your eyes open for every outcome. And that was one of the outcomes, you definitely want to be on top of that.
Do you think he fights again?
Yeah, for sure. I believe so.
Do you want to still fight him?
Anybody who comes next, I'm prepared to face him. So, if that was next, I'd be prepared for it. But, right now we the lightweight world champion, and we looking forward to whatever comes next.
What is your feeling on the state of Top Rank at the moment? No fight cards in the past 5 months, and obviously you're still a part of Top Rank, and I know that Brian Norman was on that card as well, but we're looking for some stability, a new TV home. They don't have one yet post ESPN. How do you feel about the state of things right now?
Top Rank is they've been doing a job, and they've been working even without the TV deal. They've been making sure their fighters still get fights. And me being where I'm at, the position I'm at right now, I'm basically like the head of Top Rank. So it's time for me to carry the brand and keep Top Rank on the map.
Are you getting any sort of intel as far, okay, like we're going to have a consistent home so that you don't have to fight on other people's cards, that you can fight and headline your own Top Rank cards?
Yeah, everything is being put together right now. We're looking forward to the next route, but me winning this world title is the door opener for whatever's to come. There's definitely big talks, me possibly having a world title home fight or, whatever's next, but there's definitely different routes to take.
Okay, so that would be amazing. They're talking about a potential fight in Cleveland for you.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. I went to a fight in Cleveland when Stipe Miocic, you know him, the heavyweight champion?
I know Stipe.
You know him personally?
I've met him. I think I've met him one time.
Yeah.
I don't really know him personally, but yeah, I'm hip to him.
2016, he was the heavyweight champion of the UFC, and he finally got a chance to fight in the 216 at the Q, right?
I'm not sure. Probably. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the place went crazy for him, and it was huge for him because I feel like it made him come across as a superstar to everyone at home. And not saying necessarily that you need that, but I think it would be great for you to get that type of, hometown treatment.
Yeah. I mean, Cleveland been supporting me ever since the beginning. Ever since I started boxing, Cleveland has, they've been pushing me. They've been, beside me, helping me. Me and my brothers before we even started officially boxing. We were hustling our father's his products out his fragrance store, and hustling the incense on the street, the oils and stuff like that. The natural body products, and they would just support it that way. And once we actually got into the amateur boxing, they would use that to support us, to help us get to the nationals and stuff like that. So with me grabbing this world title, I feel like I'm another person to help carry Cleveland now, in a sports aspect. They have a world champion in a boxing arena. So I feel like that's even more reason for them to support and push me forward. And it'd be even great for me to have that support. I feel grateful for it. But I can't wait to have that world title fight at home. We've been talking about it for a few years. And I feel like next year might be the time for that to finally come to happen.
Who would be the perfect opponent for that world title fight at home?
Man, I really don't know. This is just the door opener right here. So whoever it is, I'm pretty sure, my people will be pleased with it just as well as I will be pleased with it.
Are you hoping to unify?
Maybe. There's a lot of different routes we could take, but this world title is the door opener to whatever that is. But first things first is, whatever plans we put out there, I feel like everything else is going to be rolling after that. So we might, it may be Cleveland, it may not be Cleveland, possibly unification, possibly not. But like I said, it's a lot of different routes, and I'm going to be pleased with whatever it is.
Okay. I saw the Browns showing you love. Before your fight, after your fight, your homecoming, it's got to be great to have Cleveland, behind you. I'm wondering, better fighter repping Cleveland right now in boxing, Abdullah Mason or Jake Paul?
Come on, man. Man.
Do you know Jake?
I know him.
What do you think about what he's doing right now?
I mean, I feel like he's doing what he has to do to get where he has to get. And I feel like he's putting his time into it and he's serious about it. So, that's really what you need in anything is, the dedication, putting the time into it, having the right environment. So as far as he does that, then I feel like that'd make it that much easier than if he wasn't as serious about it,
Sure. Do you think he could beat Anthony Joshua?
Come on, man. I mean, AJ is AJ, man. Yeah. So, I feel like at this stage, AJ might have it, but you never know, man. He could surprise us.
I thought a great fight, and maybe it could still happen down the line, especially for the American fight scene, would be you versus Shakur Stevenson. But then we found out on Monday he's fighting Teofimo Lopez next. A, are you surprised he's moving up to 140? And B, who do you think wins that fight?
I'm not surprised. He's doing what he got to do to get where he got to get. And 140, if that's the next step for him, that's the next step for him. But I feel like Shakur might have that fight, but I feel like it'd be a great fight. There's different ways it could play out, but I'm going to just tune in like always.
Sure. You're still so young, right? You're 21. Eventually, where do you think you end up? Most guys, they don't stay at the same weight class their entire career, especially if you have success at this weight class at such a young age. You may move up to 40, 47, I don't know, 54. What do you think? How far do you think you can go?
I really don't know. A lot of people compare my frame to Crawford's frame and, our reach and all of that. And he started out at lightweight, and you see what he did. He went up and fought Canelo at 168. And I'm pretty sure you asked him some years ago, he probably wouldn't have seen himself at 168 pounds. But, I feel like it's whatever I want to do. If I want to end up a little higher, then I could train my body to do that. But right now, I'm been pretty disciplined and making it pretty comfortable for myself. So, whatever the next step is, I'm pretty sure, it's going to be the same thing with each weight class. I'm going to just do my best to stay on top.
Who is your dream opponent? Who is someone that Abdullah Mason would love to fight? A dream fight for you?
Dream fight for me? whoever boxer put in front of me next.
Nah, there's got to be a name. I know there's a name that you think about. I would love to get my hands on that guy. I would love to punch that guy. Who is it? Tank Davis?
It's the door opener. So
who is it?
No. This right here. This title right here is the door opener. This right here. So, whatever name it is, this put me much closer to that name than I've ever been. And right now, there's no specific name. Right now, it's just boxing.
Okay. You mentioned your father, Valiant Mason, right? He has trained you and your brothers, Amir, Adel, Abdul Rahman, Ibrahim, and you. All 5 of you in boxing.
Yeah. All 5 was professional.
How old were you when you first started getting into it? When you first started to lace up the gloves? How old were you introduced to the sweet science?
When I first started boxing, I was 9 years old. That's when I was first joined like a boxing gym. Well, my father had put us in a gym that was around the corner from us. But before that time, he's had my older brothers into combat sports. And they were teaching it to me before I started boxing, but I started actually at 9.
Okay. When you say combat sports, stuff outside of boxing too, or always boxing?
Yeah, mixed martial arts.
Oh, for real?
Taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, yeah.
Did you do any of that as well?
Yeah.
What happened? Why'd you veer towards boxing?
Well, we had moved overseas for a while, me and my brothers, and what they had learned from that, the mixed martial arts, they were teaching it to me while we were overseas. And when we had came back from overseas, there was a gym around the corner from us, and we had took a little break from that, from learning the mixed martial arts and stuff. But there was a gym around the corner from us, a boxing gym from someone my father had knew, and he asked us all who wanted to get into it, and I was the first one to actually say, "Yeah, I want to go ahead and try that out. Let's see how this is." And then once I got into it, I was like, "Oh shoot, this is something this is kind of fun to me." And I was 9 at the time, so that's before I actually saw myself as a professional, like as a world champion. But this was also before my brothers joined in with me.
Okay.
And, I was around 9 years old. And once my brothers joined in, that's when I kind of got serious about it. Like, okay, I can see myself taking this far. I was about 12. It was a few years later. I was about 12. And this was when we took it a little further, started taking it serious and got serious about our training. And, you see where we are now as a result of us staying focused since then.
And when you say overseas, where are you talking about?
Egypt and Yemen.
Wow, okay.
Yemen and Egypt, yeah.
That's where you lived?
Yeah. We were in Yemen for a year and in Egypt for a year.
Okay. Which part? My dad is from Egypt.
Oh, for real?
Alexandria. Where did you live?
We was in Cairo for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about 4 or 5. I don't remember if that's the only city we were in, but I know we were in Cairo for a while.
And why'd you go there?
Well, just to experience it. I think my father, he wanted us to experience that. And, us being where we're from, that's something to experience,
Wow. So you don't really have much memories of there?
I got some memories, it's bits and pieces, but I got some memories.
Have you been back?
No, not back there yet. The closest thing to that was Saudi for I was.
Yeah. Are you Muslim?
Yes, I am.
So
yeah,
to go to Saudi Arabia, obviously predominantly Muslim country, that must have been very impactful and meaningful for you and your family.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely an experience that I'm grateful for, and something I'm looking forward to doing again. Being back there, I love the environment and all that. But first things comes first with this boxing. You go somewhere, you go to get the job done first.
Sure.
Everything else comes next.
Did you try the dates, by the way, over in Saudi? I had the dates over there. They were phenomenal. They were so sweet and juicy and soft.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I did.
The food is great over there. I went once for the AJ and Ngannou fight, and I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
Everyone's so nice. Everyone's so pleasant and accommodating. It was a great experience.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right. And so, by the way, any chance you transition back to MMA? You go back there and dabble a little bit in mixed martial arts?
Right now, it's just boxing.
Okay.
Man. Right now, we just became a world champion, so we're looking forward to the next step in the sport.
Who's your favorite fighter of all time? All time, number one.
All time number one. I couldn't give you all time number one, but I would, say the greats, man. Back, Sugar Ray Robinson, Shorty Leonard, Muhammad Ali. Those are my top guys.
I appreciate you saying that because some of the younger fighters. Muhammad Ali, number one. Okay, you watch his old fights?
Yeah, I watched some of them. I haven't watched them all the way through, but I watched some of his old fights.
Highlights and whatnot?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, are you feeling the love back home? Have they brought you out to a Cavaliers game and shouted you out and paraded you?
See, I just got back. I just got back 2 days ago, and since I got back, they've been showing some love, support, a lot of congratulations.
They should.
Yeah, for sure. So, we looking forward to the next step. Hopefully I can bring a championship here, though. That's something I'm excited for. Cleveland been supporting, like I said, for a long time. And that'd be great for me to come back and show them support that way.
Yes.
By, bringing a championship, allowing them to see it in person, and hopefully have my brothers on the card and all that as well.
What's your shirt say? Appetite for smoke? Oh, yeah.
And the new.
That's nice. Where can we get that?
Mason Brothers Boxing.shop and the new Abdullah Mason Appetite for Smoke.
I love it.
Mason Brothers Boxing.shop. So all the merch from all the, the rest of my previous fights, so it should be on there as well. Some of the T-shirts are still up and they haven't sold out.
Okay. To me, back before I heard of you, the most famous Abdullah that I ever heard of was Abdullah the Butcher. You know Abdullah the Butcher?
Yeah.
The pro wrestler?
I've heard of him, but yeah.
Legendary pro wrestler. And now I feel you have taken the mantle from Abdullah the Butcher. You're now the most famous Abdullah in the world. So much love and respect to you. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
Very fun watching you fight. That was a tremendous fight a couple weekends ago. And I love what you're doing. Love what, how you fight and what you represent. So keep doing your thing. And I hope you get that fight in Cleveland in the very near future.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Take care.
All right. All the best. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Salam.
All right. There he is. Abdullah Mason joining us. 21 years young, 21-0, 17 knockouts. If you don't know, now you know. Former NABF, NABO lightweight champion, current WBO lightweight champion. You'll recall we had Keyshawn Davis in studio after he won the belt, and then we had him after he was stripped of the belt. And it's that belt. And in the build-up to that fight, when he was fighting in Virginia, Mason and Keyshawn, they were both on the stage together, and they were jawing at each other. And now here he is. I'd love to know how Abdullah and both Keyshawn, well, mainly Keyshawn, how he feels about it. I failed to mention one thing to Abdullah. Back in the day, this is how Uncrowned is on the ball. Back in the day, we did our top 25 under 25 stars in combat sports, led by our fearless leader, the great Shaheen Al-Shadi. Top 25, under 25 studs. And what would be the female equivalent of studs? Studettes? What is it? Ladies?
Who's to check?
There's something. There's a female equivalent to stud. What is the female equivalent to stud?
Yeah.
Anyway, nothing great here.
What did you find?
In any event, he was number 3 on our list, Abdullah Mason. There it is. I should have said it to him. He would have loved that. Moses Atama, number 1. Roxanne Perez, number 2. Hey, let's see how this list has held up. This was back in March. So Moses has crushed it. What a year for him. He's fighting in January. Roxanne Perez has done great in WWE. Abdullah Mason, clearly doing great. Muhammad Makayev still scratching and clawing his way back in there. Gabriel Fandora doing great. Rosas doing pretty damn good. Pacheco doing great. He's fighting, I think, next weekend over in Stockton. Javon Evans, solid. Norman just had the loss, had a big win, and then the loss, jumped up. Nick Wayne, all right, and Joshua Van, 11, fighting for the belt. I'd say that list has held up. And quite frankly, Moses is still 1. Maybe Abdullah would be number 2 on the list. But I'd say that list has held up. Anyway, I enjoyed meeting him for the first time, and I have enjoyed all our chats today. But there's a lot of news to get to, my friends. There's a lot of things to talk about. Did you guys happen to see earlier this morning, Real American Freestyle Wrestling announced January 10th at the Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida, home of the Stanley Cup champion, Florida Panthers, 2-time, back-to-back champs. I guess they changed the name of that arena because it used to be something else. It used to be like the Bank Atlantic Center or something like that. A couple big MMA fights there back in the day. Kimbo Seth Petrozelli was there. DJ Ian McCall 2 was there. Anyway, January 10th at this arena, it will be RAF 5, and wouldn't you know it, former UFC middleweight champion, former Strikeforce middleweight champion, one Luke Rockhold going up against the former UFC interim welterweight champion, the former UFC welterweight contender, Colby Covington. How about this? At cruiserweight, Covington, Rockhold, RAF. It's interesting. RAF getting a lot of big names. UFC allowing some of their, Covington obviously still under contract. Rockhold not. Covington hasn't fought since last December when he fought Joaquin Buckley. They also announced that Kyle Dake. So they're I think they're scratching the MMA itch and trying to draw the MMA fans in. But also there's Kyle Dake on there, who's obviously very respected in that world. He will face the winner of RAF 4, which is happening in December 20th. Magomed Khabib, Kadim Magomedov, and Dustin Plott. Magomed Khabib. Jordan Oliver rematching Real Woods. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. You guys in? You tapping in? Who, me?
I'm actually watching Rick sign up for a Fox Nation account right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Sign up. I've been locked in on that.
Listen, I gotta say, I asked Chael. Chael worked the last show. I said, Chael, shoot with me straight here. Like, what'd you think? He said it's some of the most fun. Now, Chael's like a hardcore.
He's a wrestling guy.
Yeah. He said it was some of the most fun he's had. He said he was sad when the night was over.
Love that.
He feels like there's something there. Now, again, he's working for them, but,
he's a wrestling guy.
Yes.
I like what they're doing. I think it's creative, but like I feel like whenever we discuss this, it always just goes back to like I'm just not that into wrestling.
Covington wrestling against Rockhold, does that do anything for you?
No. I haven't seen one of these yet. I probably still will not.
I think there is something there. I think the move ultimately is, PT, what do you think? The move ultimately is like Covington against a wrestler. Is that the move?
That's what you do. And then we go, look how good these wrestlers are.
Yeah.
Now,
but
let's watch these wrestlers wrestle.
Isn't that what they just did?
With who?
Like they did Mendez and Chandler, no?
Yeah.
No, but then there were a bunch of other ones.
Buckley got worked.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to see? You want to see them getting worked by amateur wrestlers?
Yeah, it's true.
Who is this?
Oh, it's already happened. Okay.
There was an event.
Buckley showed up. He took a fight or a match on short notice. He wore the popka and he's like, what does he call himself? He calls himself something
like Bukmedov or
yeah, and he got absolutely worked. Like he got worked.
I think there.
But again, is Buckley a wrestler? Is he even like?
No, but there were others too, and I think there's an audience for this. But the question I would ask is, what is that audience? If it's just amateur wrestling fans, then I think you can do this cheaper, right? I think you can do this without having all the glitz and the glamour surrounding it. If it's a casual audience, then I don't think that they care necessarily for the high-level amateur wrestlers. And this feels like a mix of both that's not serving either the best possible product, in my opinion. Like, I think you have to either lean all the way into amateur wrestling or lean all the way into the kind of like MMA type showdowns and pick a lane. Otherwise, it's just like a mixed message that's not really serving best to one of those two crowds.
Yeah. I appreciate what they're doing. I appreciate it. Like I
play to get onto like Fight Pass or something by doing this. Like
I don't know.
Fox Nation's a good home for it.
I think they're happy with it. Ultimately, I'd love to see them on like FS1, right? Not behind the paywall, on cable TV, streaming as well. The Fox Nation is a nice step forward. But ultimately, I think you have to be on regular TV as well. It was, honestly, just to see Covington's name there, I was like, oh, okay, all right, still active, still doing his thing. That is interesting, at least to me. I wasn't expecting that. So Covington, still active, still doing his thing. Guys, it does appear as though this is it. I put an asterisk there. This is it for Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo speaking to the media yesterday, guys, telling them that this is it. Now, we're going to play a clip here of Henry Cejudo saying this is it, but count how many seconds it takes him to add accept. Remember, he retired back in 2020, May of 2020, and
there's a big but there as well, if I remember correctly.
On the way back to the locker room, post-fight, he goes, I'm retired, accept. He did it again now. Now, this is a lot different. It's 5 years later. I get it. But it's amazing. Like, he retires, and then he hangs the little butt. It's wild. Here it is from Henry Cejudo.
Is this the last one? Are you coming back just to get that taste out of your mouth? Have you decided?
No, this is it for me, guys. This is it for me. Unless Dana wants me to, unless there's a really big fight with some other Mexican, then I'd be willing to do it. But other than that, I think I've done everything at the highest level since I was 11 years old, from cutting weight at that damn time. And there's just a lot of satisfaction in my life. I'm ready to move on too, man. I have a couple kids that want to play with their dad 24/7.
So it was literally, this is it, unless, like the next word. It's either it's it or it's not. Pick one, Henry. I know Henry and I have gone back and forth. Well, a little bit. It was more Kamaru, but Henry was there. Big dog, you're the big dog. It's a matter of respect, Kamaru. It's a matter of respect. I get that. I love Henry. We go way back. Much respect to his career, what he's done, who he is. I mean, the gold medal, and then, to win the flyweight title and then win the bantamweight title. I mean, it's unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. It's a great career. But when you retire, you got to retire with like panache, right? Like you just have to retire because otherwise it doesn't mean as much. So the fight that he's talking about is the Brandon Moreno fight. That's the fight that he is talking about. I can't see the UFC bringing him out of retirement for that fight, and so I guess this is it. And I just, honestly, I want Henry to have his moment. If Henry wins and if Henry beats Peyton Talbot, and it's still such a wild fight, and to me, actually, it's one of the most intriguing fights on this card. Like, I can't wait to see how it plays out because I truly have no idea what the hell is going to happen. I never thought that they would go and book Peyton Talbot versus Henry Cejudo after Peyton lost back in January. I just want him to have his moment, and I want him to feel at peace and put the gloves down, get your moment, speak to the crowd, win or lose, but don't throw out the unless. Don't throw out the except. That's just not the way you retire, in my opinion. So I'm happy he's coming out and saying it, and we could talk about it. And I know Peyton Talbot was asked about it at Media Day today, and he's like, look, I have to now stand in front of that. I need to stand in the way of him trying to go out on a win. But just say it's over. Or don't say it's over. You can't say it's over unless. That doesn't count. It has to be a clean retirement, in my opinion. Anyone disagree with that?
If he gets a win, do you think he gets on the mic? Brandon Moreno's the very next fight, and he calls out Brandon Moreno again?
That is true. They're on the card together, aren't they?
There are no combat sports retirements other than Khabib. They don't exist.
Yeah, but even he's not even he's literally saying I'm done unless.
Yeah, they're all done unless though.
No, but most people say I'm done and then they come back a year later. Like I have to be honest, Poirier is giving me vibes like he's coming back in the next 8 months.
Time out. Poirier literally said I'm done unless. He was saying that the whole time. What was it? Nate Diaz. There was some fight he was talking about.
He said that after, like 2 weeks later. He said, "Let's box."
They're all I'm done unless. There's no real retirement.
Not everyone says it like Henry just said it, and how he said it back in 2020.
The whole thing, everything he was saying, kind of nonchalant. Like he was just like, "Yeah, I'm done. I got kids at home. They wanna be with their dad." And then the follow up question was, "What do you want to get out of Saturday?" And he was like, "You just give it my all." Despite the outcome, whatever the outcome is.
Does this make you feel any different about the fight?
Yes, it actually does. He feels very nonchalant. It feels like he's 1 foot out the door.
Wow.
He's not even talking about winning the fight in the interviews. He's just like, yeah, this is it for me.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm sure he's going to go in and give it 110%, but like you're going up against the dude 11 years younger than you who is a growing star in the sport, has a chance to become a top 10 bantamweight with a win. I mean, Henry Cejudo hasn't won a fight in over 2,000 days. It's been since spring of 2020.
So wait.
What the fuck?
That felt unnecessary, Frank.
Yeah. I think it's because they're fighting each other, because Moreno and... is that why, Frank?
Tetsuo Tara is fighting after?
Yeah. I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I probably asked you this already, so forgive me. Peyton is the favorite?
He's the favorite. He's like a minus 250.
Okay. Interesting.
Not for nothing. Like, Barcelos is a 2-time South American wrestling champion, and he really wet blanketed Peyton Talbot, and this guy's an Olympic gold medalist. I know I'll be similar to GC in terms of he's not really setting me on fire there with that the talk ahead of the fight, but I mean skill set that work against Talbot, he's on a different level completely than Barcelos.
Does 5'10" versus 5'4" matter to you at all, or is it just like you just got to get it to the mat?
For wrestling, it's better to be shorter.
It's better, yeah.
I'm very intrigued. I'm very, very intrigued by this fight. I really have no idea. I mean, Talbot wins, Talbot gets a knockout, whatever, like he's right back on that.
And I could see it. I could see that too.
Yeah.
Who's the only guy who's knocked out? Is Demetrius the only guy who's knocked out Henry Cejudo?
Oh man, that shot to the freaking solar plexus there.
Yeah, horrific. I think he's the only guy to TKO Cejudo, honestly.
And
so that'd be huge for Peyton Talbot. Like either way here, it's a massive swings and roundabout kind of fight.
And that, of course, and he is that, of course, was yes. He got one back, obviously, on DJ, and that was obviously, would you say the biggest win? Yeah, probably the biggest win of his career. Yeah, for sure.
For Henry?
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah,
the TJ win was pretty damn big too. But to stop his winning streak, DJ's winning streak. You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking, because we're approaching the Paramount Plus first show and the end of the ESPN era, I was thinking in my mind, I was like, how many fighters who fought on the first ESPN card are still in the UFC by the end of the deal? Because that first card was January of 2019. It's now ending in December of 2025. Henry Cejudo about to retire. TJ no longer fighting. Alan Crowder, Greg Hardy, no longer. Isn't that crazy? That was the co-main? What the hell? That is crazy that was the co-main. I saw a video of Greg Hardy boxing over in Russia this past weekend. Did you see that? He collapsed in the corner.
I saw one of them.
He collapsed in the corner and he needed an inhaler. It was a bad scene.
I saw him getting splattered there a few months back as well.
Yeah. Gregor Gillespie, Yancy Medeiros, neither of them. So as of right now, of the top 6, just one left, and Henry is about to retire, so he won't be there by the end of the deal. Joseph Benavidez, Dustin Ortiz, Paige Van Zandt, Rachel Ostovich, Glover Teixeira, Carl Roberson, who I just saw at the BKFC show. So that, of the main card, and it was a 6-fight main card, by the end of this year, not a single one of them will still be in the UFC. Donald Cerrone, Alex Hernandez. Hernandez, thriving, believe it or not. It had some ups and downs, but now obviously thriving. Joanne Calderwood, now Wood, no longer in the UFC. Ariane Lipski, is she still in the UFC?
I think so.
She was.
Oh, wait, did she just leave? Did she go to Octagon or something?
I saw her. Or did she go to BKFC?
She hasn't fought in a minute. If she has.
I think Octagon. Yeah, maybe BKFC.
Violence.
Her last fight was in June.
Yeah.
But I think she just left. Alonzo Menefield?
Still.
Yeah,
Still?
he just lost.
Vinicius Mojera? No. I don't think so. No. Corey Sandhagen all the way on the prelims down there against Mario Bautista.
Shout out.
By the way, what a big fight that is at 135 now. Yeah. Jeez. That's like a number one contender fight. Dennis Bermudez, Tay Edwards, Jeff Neal, Bilal Muhammad on the early prelims. Ooh. And then Chance, as people call them, Rencounter, always bothered me, Kyle Stewart. So what's funny about that is, so this deal lasted 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27 years. The vast majority of the guys fighting on this card on January 24th will not be more than likely in the UFC in 7 years. Kind of wild to think about it, considering the big names on that card.
It's just crazy knowing that the main card, there's the only one left is Cejudo, and he's about to retire.
And he'll be done, yeah.
Imagine if everyone on the main card of UFC 324 is gone at the end of the Paramount deal.
And I know I've been one of the louder, complainers about the card, and it's really just about the bout order. I've said the card is stellar as far as the names. Can we just say, ESPN kind of got hosed here. Like the names here.
Retrospect is not great.
No, not even a retrospect. Like the co-main was Alan Crowder against Greg Hardy.
We were hype on
Hardy. My only pushback is that was a fight night.
It was a fight night with a title fight at the top.
Okay, but it was a fight night.
Do you remember what happened in retrospect? Do you remember what happened? I remember vividly. There was supposed to be a pay-per-view the weekend before in Anaheim, and they canceled it.
Yes.
Because they couldn't get a main event for it.
Yeah.
So it was rough out of the gate. I remember because we were doing Ariel and the Bad Guy and all this stuff, and we were thinking what are we gonna and how do we talk about this? And I was thinking, most importantly, how do I talk about this in a somewhat not so critical way when I'm now new here and working for the broadcast partner?
Yeah.
And of course, I went on First Take right before this fight card.
Hosed it, didn't you?
And I said it was incredibly tone deaf to have Rachel Ostovich and Greg Hardy, and then TMZ asked Dana, and he said, "Who the fuck is Ariel Helwani to say anything? What the fuck does he know? What
a start!
Care?" And I was like, never asked back on First Take, by the way. Weird.
Wonder why.
Yeah. Speaking of the matchmaking, Wouldn't you? You guys ever see, like, especially on Tuesday, Wednesday, there'll be like fighters doing like Henry just did an interview, and other fighters will be in the back, and they're doing interview with media that's there, interviews. There's the step and repeat. You guys have seen this, right, on Fight Week, especially for the big shows. There's DC there, Nina's there. You know these interviews on Fight Week that I'm talking about?
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah, man.
Usually it's like the fighters who are fighting on the card.
Yeah, get it.
You know the ones that I'm talking about?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice that a manager, Ali Abdulaziz, is doing those interviews as well, which runs counter to what Kayla was trying to say to me on Monday. And so I saw him doing an interview with Mike Bond of MMA Junkie, like the same setup, sitting down, the step and repeat, UFC, the logo, the sponsors, all that stuff. I'm like, wow, managers are doing these now too. And he's talking, he's not talking, he's naming, he's doing the thing. And one thing that I would love to offer as actually like advice to Ali, he's taking it as an insult that people are saying, like, oh yeah, like you get your clients title fights, and the way in which you do business. Of course, Justin Gaethje's going to get an interim title fight, and of course, Kamaru Usman's going to get an interim or an actual title fight and stuff. And he's taking this as an insult. He's being like, "Yo, this I don't have any power here." That's the wrong thing to say. No, of course, say you have the power. Actually, take this one and run with it. Tell the world and tell other fighters, yeah, I'm the guy. I'm the guy that could get you a title fight, an undeserved, unwarranted title fight. Come to me, be on my team, and I will get you what you want. I would run with that, lean into that. We're criticizing it because these are unwarranted title fights and title shots that, there are other people who deserve it. And, we say he curries favor and house manager, all this stuff. But like, I would spin that and be like, yeah, well, you guys can say whatever the hell you want. Come here. I'm the kingmaker. I actually call the shots. I'm the puppet master. That's what I would do if I were him. So he's like throwing shade and getting all in his feelings about it. But if I were him, I would actually lean and take it as a compliment, be like, thank you. Oh yes, I'm the one. I appreciate you guys noticing. I appreciate the recognition. He said this, I want to read a quote. He said, Kamaru Usman has done a lot of things for this company. I will campaign for him to get a title fight, as he should. He is his manager. That's literally his job. Now, it's also our job to say, this guy, but like you work for him. This is a great quote. Here. What the fuck has Ian Gary done the last couple of years? Kamaru Usman is a legend. He was offered Shavkat last November. Who ended up fighting Shavkat last December?
Ian Gary.
Kamaru accepted the fight. Okay, well, see, Kamaru Usman is one of the biggest names in the division. When you're Islam Makhachev, you want to have legacy on your name. So he's trying to paint the picture as to why Kamaru deserves this fight. Kamaru Usman, as we said, has one win in the last 4 years, right? He had a 3-fight losing streak, and prior to this fight, he had not won a fight since 2021. Ian Gary, in the last year, has fought 3 times, including against Shavkat, short notice fight, short notice main event against Carlos Prez, beat him, and then beats the former champion Bilal Muhammad. He has done more in the past year and has won more in the past year and has helped out the UFC more in the past year than Kamaru Usman has in the last 4 years. So what the F has Ian Gary done is a crazy, crazy comment. Again, I have no problem with him campaigning for his guy, but like, we have to also look at it, honestly and critically as well and say, this is nonsense. Yes, PT.
Well, if he's getting upset with what you're saying, he's essentially agreeing with what you're saying. He's kind of saying, yeah, this is a golden handshake. He's done a lot for the company. This is what you said it was. Like, this is a lifetime achievement award.
Yes.
This is like that's exactly what he is saying. That's what Usman deserves here. That is what you said it would be if he gets it. So you're both singing out the same hymn sheet. I don't know why he's getting upset.
Yeah, he's getting in his feelings. He's upset. Also, again, if I were him, just be like, yeah, all you babies out there, you're right. I do have the inside track. They listen to me. I'm the best.
But isn't it like Eddie Hearn with Turki Al-Sheikh in a way? Didn't he say this to you when you were asking him about, earlier in the year when you were asking about the relationship between Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh? He was like, I don't know if he can be what I am to Turki. Where I just go, this is your show, back up, you're the man. I'm second fiddle to you. Like I feel like that's what Ali is doing with Dana. Like he wouldn't take the liberty of being like, yeah, I am the best, in case Dana was like, hang on a second, relax your cacks there, mate.
Yeah,
we're calling the shots here. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, but like if I were him, puff your chest out. Say, yeah, I'm getting Usman a title shot. I'm getting Justin a title shot. I got Kayla on this. Like that's what you should be doing as the manager, and we should be doing this. Like that's why. He doesn't get. He takes it personally because he thinks that any sort of he is so thin-skinned that he thinks any sort of criticism. But like again, as I said to Kayla, if you are putting yourself as an influential figure in the sport, if you are putting yourself in that position, if you are getting deals done, you are going to be subject to scrutiny, and you'll also be subject to praise. The fighters seem very happy. One thing I'll say about Ali. And I'll give him props for this. A lot of guys don't leave Ali. You don't see people, for all the criticism that we have, a lot of people don't leave him. They don't leave him high and dry. They don't, go and sign with someone else. So, clearly he's doing something for them. But, on this side of the table, we'll say, all right, this guy deserves it, that guy deserves it. But his job is different than ours. His job is to get his fighters the biggest fights and eventually title fights. That's his job. And he's doing his job. So, fair play. Fair play. Aljamain Sterling has been online saying, I want to fight, and it appears as though he wants Lerone Murphy. Lerone tweeting a couple days ago, the whole division are flocking like women. Whatever that means. It's always weird to me when fighters say that because, like, that there are women in the UFC too, right? Like, what does that mean? I don't get that. There are actual, like, badass women fighting in the UFC. Anyway, hollering my name daily. It seems like the cool thing to do until you feel it. Hashtag bodybag season. Here's Aljo's reply. I've agreed. I'd like a fight that has some meaning, or we can keep tweeting on X.
Oh, I thought that was a little kiss at the end there.
I think that was like put up or shut up. You like that fight, PT?
I wouldn't like if it was Lerone Murphy. You think you're going to fight for a title, and now you got a grappling savage coming at you. A guy who is very hard to look good against as well. Aljo's a savage. And a fight, the way he fights, it's very difficult to get a spellbinding knockout like Lerone did against Aaron Pico. So does a fight with Aljamain Sterling really put him in the driving seat to get a title shot? It's a very difficult task. I wouldn't put it past Lerone, like he's a bad motherfucker, but it's a very tough fight to look good in. And as we know, the UFC wants spectacle. Like it is about spectacle more than it is about sport, as far as I'm concerned now.
Yeah. I don't mind it, but I want to see Lerone versus Mofsar. I just want clear number one contender fights. I don't hate it at all. I think Aljo versus Lerone would be a better fight, like a more entertaining fight. But I think as far as like meritocracy rankings, if Aljo fights Lerone, who the hell is Mofsar fighting? What about your boy Chris Bungard?
Man, that was some football conversation.
Some can of piss over there, huh?
Have you ever played? Has Celtic ever played, Forrest?
Yeah.
In 1983?
Come on. GC gives me the graphic. I thought you were gonna hit him with the graphic on the screen. What happened?
It was great.
Was it just for my intel?
Right?
It was just your intel. Jordan didn't have it in the system.
I thought
you think that was really like the home run, the two logos with the 2-1 on it?
Hell yeah!
That was like the knock it out of the park.
By the way, go back to the
21st century.
Go back to the clip. He's waiting for it. He thinks I'm going to hit him with it. He's waiting for it.
And
2-1.
Can I ask, was Del Boy back there with you boys?
Yeah,
he sure was.
Aye. Every second word is aye.
They're legends, aren't they? The boys.
We were talking about something. We were talking about some movies we like, and he's just like, aye.
Be honest. Every fifth word you understand, right?
I was
getting I get it completely.
Okay.
I was getting most of it.
Right.
I wanted to send Chris a list of phrases that he could say to you, and you could work out what he was trying to say. But
there was one point when he was talking about needing to go to the bathroom, and you were like, "I'm sorry, what are you saying right now?"
They take a piss.
Yeah.
I need a pee. That's I'm talking about a pee.
Guys, we were talking about the decision to make the announcement on Thursday during halftime of the Chiefs-Cowboys game. Well, the ratings have come out. Have you guys seen the ratings? Look at these ratings. 57.23 million viewers.
Fucking hell.
Shatters viewership records. Most watched game in NFL history. Regular season game.
Holy shit.
Shattering previous record by 36%. I was
Having a little indigestion there.
You know what that was? That was like a DJ when he goes, "My wife."
Yes.
My father-in-law. Wait, what happened? Well, okay, go back. NFL on CBS has its best viewership since the NFL returned to CBS in 1998, averaging 22.120 million viewers. Now, any Paramount Plus had its most streamed NFL regular season game ever and has its best NFL season to date. Audience peaked was 61.357 million. Anything about the halftime little skit there with the dip and the ding dong and Marab and Mackenzie, anything there? I don't see anything.
I mean, everybody was eating dinner.
That's right.
Everyone was on Instagram Live, mate.
But fair to say, there was probably 45 to 50 million people watching that halftime, right? Or at least it was on TV. I don't know if they were sitting there watching it, but pretty damn good use, I would say, of the platform. Do you think we'll see more of that, guys?
Yes.
You think we'll see more of that?
Yeah.
Like interjected into NFL games? Yes.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of the ESPN deal, they did that at the Fox deal, and then like it kind of just like...
Maybe, but I remember, I mean, they paid a lot of money for this. And I remember when one championship was on Prime, and they were getting plugs during Thursday Night Football on Prime.
They were?
Yeah. I remember them coming back to a Chargers game or whatever, and they were coming back from commercial break, and Al Michaels or whoever does it.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, make sure to tune in to One Championship 154.
Yeah, I love that.
Shit.
I love that. I love when when Mike Breen has to read a promo for UFC 324, something like that, and then when they have to say some names, it's like UFC 324 featuring, and they'll make it easy for them. It'll be like Marab versus Peter,
like Dana, basically.
Yeah.
Whenever Dana has to pronounce anybody's name.
Then there's always a couple of tricky ones. Like the ones, they'll be like Ong Lang San fighting.
But by the way, some of my confidence in this continuing is from the fact that the biggest events are going to be on CBS as opposed to in the previous era when the biggest events were behind a paywall on Plus. These events are going to be on the network that they're plugging it on. The biggest UFC shows are going to be on that CBS station that the people are watching when they plug it.
I am skeptical.
That they'll promote it?
I am skeptical about them having the events on CBS, the biggest ones. I think the biggest ones are going to be on Paramount Plus. I think ultimately the way you recoup your money is to get people to sign up, be subscribers, and watch. So I think you will get a couple, no doubt about it. And I think White House Card, they've already said that. But I think the vast majority of those events are going to be on Paramount Plus. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to make your money back.
How many CBS cards do you think we get in 2026?
Well, didn't they say 4 a year unless I'm mistaken?
I don't think more than 4. I wouldn't be surprised if there's less.
Me neither.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's interesting.
Yeah. We'll see. We were talking about, a little. We need a little oomph as far as the promotion is concerned. A little oomph, a little passion, a little, I don't know, something, chutzpah. I don't know what you call it. Like yesteryear, Conor McGregor, Jose Aldo, Las Vegas Strip. Those press conferences were great. Who the F is that guy? And then, wouldn't you know it, I'm perusing Jedi's feed, and first he tweets this. Which I love this. This was great. He tweets an alert that there's going to be a UFC athlete press conference. I'm reading this. Catch some UFC athletes for an exciting press conference. I'm like, come on, guys. Can we try a little bit? Catch some UFC athletes? Some? What does that mean?
Teasing us.
Some.
We're all thinking, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be at the exciting press conference?
It's going to be just some local guys. Well, anyway, we got an update to that, thankfully.
Woo.
And now it feels a lot bigger. It's on. Seasonal press conference. There it is. Remember the other one? What was it? Go Big? What was the one that everyone references?
Yeah, there was a Go Big one.
There was one that the time is now.
It's time one?
It's time.
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that.
No, I don't think it was.
It's on's got me pretty hyped.
Yeah?
Time is now.
It's on.
Right.
So what do you think? They'll bring out Gaethje Patty, Amanda Kayla, Suga Song.
Go Big. Go Big press conference was.
There was another one, though. There was one that everyone mentions.
Well, Go Big was the.
I don't know. We're going to see some UFC athletes there on Friday, though.
At the exciting press conference, man. What more do you want?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And there will be some athletes there.
That's a guarantee, isn't it?
Some UFC athletes.
Oh, yeah.
When you've got some UFC athletes coming, it's always going to be in
What is happening right now?
One person who won't be at this press conference will be one Sean Strickland, who announced yesterday that he was offered a fight in Australia against Fluffy Hernandez, which I believe once Fluffy pulled out of that RDR fight, I believe I remember saying that I think that was a fight that made a lot of sense. Anyway, Sean Strickland took to social media to explain his line of thinking.
Good news, you guys. My suspension's up in like 10 days. I'm so fucking stoked. I just need like 8 weeks, 10 weeks, I'm a little fat. But did the suspension suck? Hell yes, it sucked.
Is that the drink that Frank drinks?
But would I do it again to hit that guy in the face?
Espresso.
Yes, I would. You know, if a man tells you to do that, you got to fight him. There's no other way. You got to
Here's
send
the thing,
him.
you guys.
Cop or not, you got to send him. So yeah, I'd hit that cop again. And yes, I did say no to the Australia card. In Australia, I fucking love you guys, man. You guys are all white trash. You're all like-minded, dude. I feel like we're one of the same. But I don't have medical insurance. So you want me to go get my first flight back in Australia and give half my check to you fuckers and buy your medical insurance? I ain't fucking doing it. I ain't doing it. If Fluffy don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. We ain't doing it. And I love you, Australia. I love the UFC, but I just can't do it. Can't fucking do it. Anyways, that being said, I love the Fluffy fight. Let's get the shit booked in the States. I'm an American. I'm like one of the few real Americans that are fighting in the UFC other than Bryce. So let's get this booked in the States. And you guys, like, a little insight on the middleweight division.
Mm-hmm.
The middleweight division's on fucking ice, dude. You got Chimaev, the little whore.
Oh.
Like, he has Ramadan, then he has a surgery, and then he's going to fight Nasruddin in a year and just dry hump Nasruddin, and then he's got to go back home and kiss the dictator, and maybe his ovaries are hurting. So, like, the middleweight division doesn't exist. I'd be better off trying to fight for a 205 belt than I would the middleweight belt. It don't exist anymore, man. This is what we got when we got that little whore in. So after he goes and fights and kisses the ring and says, "Oh, Daddy Cordero, can I fight again? Do you want me to go do jiu-jitsu with the kid?" They'll get set up. So middleweight division on ice. Anyways, man, thank you guys for riding with me. Monster 2. Let's go get some W's. I can't wait to get back.
Okay, so there's a lot in there. The main thing is, yeah, I kind of agree. Strickland, Fluffy shouldn't be in Australia. It's like that's an American fight. If anything, it's kind of like a fight night main event, no? Isn't that kind of a great fight night main event?
Yeah, for sure it is.
Why do they keep putting Sean Strickland outside of the United States? They put him in Canada. They put him in.
It's like a traveling show. They love people love him out here.
But wouldn't he be like super over in the U.S.?
I feel like he's
like
actually
Leonard
probably
Skinner
more
going
over
on tour.
everywhere else.
Because he's like a character of.
Yeah,
of America. He's put over everywhere else.
It's like the Dukes of Hazzard rolling into town.
All right.
But yes, that should be a fight night main event in the U.S.
I love the fight. I hope they book it for a card. Should it be on the White House card? No, maybe crazy.
Why
Strickland
not?
on the White House card? Too far away. If they wanted it for February.
We said, how long did he say?
Said 10 weeks. He's got to lose some fat.
Yeah.
They're not going to be thinking about the White House card until February.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's a former middleweight champion. Johnny Eblin is a former middleweight champion, and the PFL announced, by the way, that they have re-signed Johnny Eblin. I don't think he's going to get a title fight in his first fight back. Maybe he'll wait, but it sounds like they're going to do Fabian Edwards versus Costel Vancinas. By the way, speaking of that 324 card, multiple outlets, Sherdog, MMA Junkie reporting that Alexa Grasso is out of that fight against Rose Namajunas, and now it's Natalia Silva against Rose Namajunas. That was a joke, by the way. So I thought it was going to be Natalia Silva against Valentina. I thought they were going to just do that title fight next, but I guess not. Natalia Silva stepping in. Shout out to her. Earlier in the day, we spoke about Terrence Crawford being stripped of the WBC title. Well, he has also taken to Instagram to add further commentary, further thoughts to the situation. Here's a snippet of what he had to say while driving as well.
I see Mauricio, got a lot to say about me not paying him $300,000 plus another $100K something for sanction fees, right? They ain't gonna tell me I ain't even apologize. Like, who the fuck you think I am? Boy, you better slap your fucking self. Ain't paying your ass shit. Fuck you talking about pay you $300,000. What makes you so motherfucking better than any other sanction bodies? Huh? Answer that question. What makes you better than the WBO, the IBF, or the WBA? Everybody accepted what I was giving them. But you, the WBC, think that you better than everybody, don't you? So since you, the WBC, and you got the fucking green belt, which don't mean fucking shit. The fucking real belt is the ring belt, which is free, motherfucker. What are you talking about? You want me to pay you more than the other sanction bodies because you feel like you better than them. How in the world all the sanction bodies agreed to the same amount, but you sit your motherfucking ass up there and say that I need to apologize to you? The fuck? You can take the fucking belt. It's a trophy anyway. The fuck am I paying you every time I step foot in the fucking ring?
So he had a lot to say there. I think the video was like 8 or so minutes. You know, when I first heard about this yesterday, the first thing I thought, given his relationship with the TKO brass, I was like, oh, for sure they're going to say, like, look, this is exactly what we're talking about. Fighters, don't adhere to these rules. Don't pay these fees. Like, don't do it. Don't fall for it. And then I see in the middle of the show, Nick Khan is on Pat McAfee's show kind of saying the exact same thing. Saying that, like, look, this is a perfect example as to why. I think the quote was something like, what was the quote? I saw it here moments ago. Golly, I saw it. Does anyone have it? There was
the quote is, what we're looking to do with the Muhammad Ali Revival Act is presenting a different option for boxers. We'll have our own ranking systems and the champion will fight the number one contender. Let's do things in a credible way. So they're trying to like organize it in a way that, you know, there's one singular belt, there's a ranking system, UFC style.
Here's the specific quote. I saw that one too, and I want to bring that one up in a moment, but he said, quote, Terrence Crawford had an amazing effort against Canelo, and he unanimously won that championship. How is it that 2 months later he's not the champion because he didn't pay a fee? It's only in the sport of boxing that we see nonsense like this. And he is right to a degree. Now that quote is regarding, you know, matchmaking and whatnot. And I couldn't help but see a cheeky little New York Rick quote tweet that with what? Quote, the champion will fight the number one contender just like in the UFC, and then a picture of Gaethje, Pimblett, and Volkanovski Lopez too. So, you know, this is the way it's going to go. It's going to be very interesting. And if you think that the drama as far as title contenders and belts is strictly an MMA/UFC problem, it's not. It's been a boxing problem forever, and it's a UFC MMA problem. It's a combat sports thing. And to a degree, I will just say, there's a fun part of it because you sit around and debate and have these arguments and all this stuff, and it gives us fodder. And there's obviously a frustrating part as well because you do want to see the best fight the best, especially when it comes to the UFC, when there's no other outside influences factoring into these decisions. There's no sanctioning by this, like, no, the mandatory is that guy who has nothing to do with the top five. Or no, we need you to pay these fees. Like, it's literally them controlling their own rankings, controlling their own belt, and having to listen to no one. So you would hope that given that model and system, there would be no nonsense. But it doesn't quite work like that. I did want to bring up, we were talking about the middleweight division. Dricus du Plessis said to the Fight Forecast podcast regarding a potential fight against Brendan Allen, you won 2 fights in a row. Don't come calling out former champions. I mean, I would love to smash his face in. He's such an idiot. But to be honest with you, as a champion, I only pick the best guys. Where I'm at, I don't want a money fight. I want the fight that's going to get me the title the quickest. If that's what the UFC wants, sure. But does Allen really make sense? There's a lot of guys, but I don't care. Give me anybody as long as it gets me back to my belt. So right now, we've seen a lot of activity at 170. Looking forward to the same at 185. Frankie, do we have any super chats?
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean a lot?
No.
We've got some dumplings to get to. and PT, we're going to miss you at the dumplings.
The what?
Yeah.
Dumplings?
I was in the top
Yes?
0.03% of listeners. So I'll be messaging Frank my Addy for my trophy.
Hell yeah.
Also, and now they're both women, still has me laughing.
Yeah. You know, win some, you lose some. You know what I meant. But I do appreciate that. I see a lot of 0.3 percenters, 0.7 percenters, 0.07 percenters. Love you all. And we're not playing favorites around these parts, all right? Peace and love, peace and love. What else? What else?
Who the fuck is we?
Glad to see my favorites, the Helwani Show and Post Wrestling, be number 1 and number 2 on my top podcast list of the YouTube Music Recap. Cheers to many more years.
Hell yeah. Post Wrestling. We love John Pollock, Wei Ting, the whole crew over there. They do a phenomenal job. We love being in that company, in that vicinity. So peace and love, peace and love. We appreciate you all very, very much. What else, Frankie? What else?
Zuffa must be salivating at Crawford being stripped due to sanctioning fees.
There you have it, Ace Boogie. There you have it. You called it. You thought the same thing. Shout out to you. What else, Frankie? What else?
Shout out Abdullah Mason. Cool to see the kid on the billboards all around Bedford, Ohio.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Bedford, Ohio. Shout out to them. The 216. I'm from the land till I die. Till I die. What else, Frankie? What
2025 else? YouTube recap, top 0.1% of the show with 7961 minutes listened. Pound for pound podcast, top 100% with 0 minutes listened. PS, since 5 halves to last night, tough.
Yeah, that is tough.
It's tough.
Did you get that joke?
No.
Go back to it. He said, where do you go? He said, pound for pound podcast, top 100%, 0 minutes listened.
I think Frank not getting the joke adds to the joke.
Yeah, it's good
really
stuff.
funny.
It's good stuff. Shout out to the Sins. What else, Frankie? What else?
Someone check in on Josh T, ? His ex is concerning.
Who's Josh T?
Who's to check?
All right.
we thought maybe you would know.
Does anyone know? I mean,
Josh Thompson, he's posting a bunch of throwbacks.
Oh.
But why is that concerning?
Yeah, why is that concerning?
I don't know. He posted like 12 throwbacks.
Here it is. Yeah. What's concerning about that?
We debated this back here. We
don't know.
Figure it out.
Okay. All right. What else, Frankie? What else?
Would it be possible to mail a Magic the Gathering card for Never Sick Rick to sign?
Possible to mail?
Yes.
What is an MTG card?
Magic the Gathering.
Oh. Okay.
No, because why would you want to devalue your card like that? There's no reason.
Get over it. Sign the card.
Fucking sign it, Rick.
Send it and I'll forge his signature.
We'll make him sign it.
I don't want to devalue the card.
What if it's just like a swamp?
Come on, mate.
If it's a land, if it's a basic land, all right, maybe.
Yeah.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Thanks for having Abdullah. 216, 330. Let's go, Ohio.
OH.
That's one of Frank's best. The area code's red as full-on numbers. The OH not getting it. That was perfect. 216, 330.
Matchmaking inconsistencies has been one of the biggest issues plaguing the UFC. I think the UFC should let people vote on their favorite matchups. Let the crowd decide who got next.
That's what they used to do, mate. That's what they used to do.
I can't even lie. Ariel looks like he's pulling a pizza right now.
He is not. He's like, what is he doing?
We all said we have to do this if we're going to text from now on.
No,
we have breaking news?
I wish I could tell you.
Yeah, you have to use the two hands too. The boomer point and click.
Send.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
The way he's sitting too is just purely just.
Any more super chats, Frank?
Are there? Yeah. Let's see. Is Ollie that's Suge Knight of MMA?
Ollie, how dare you?
Feels illegal.
I need to hit that Diddy Doc, by the way.
No, I need to watch it. Isn't it EP'd by 50 Cent?
Yeah.
Oh,
Federal and there's definitely a few cheap shots thrown up there.
If anyone wants a producer all up in your videos, dancing. Isn't it exactly it though?
Yeah. It's very funny though. Like there's like obviously very serious allegations, but there's just some parts where you're like 50 just threw this in for the crack. Like he has like a 1 minute montage of just people in like he has absolutely no talent. No musical talent whatsoever. Like this isn't really the story we're trying to tell, but whatever. Fair play.
Nobody's pettier than 50 Cent. He's fantastic. The Ja Rule beef. Do you know about that one from back in the day?
Yeah.
He bought all the concert tickets so that nobody would go.
Dancing.
He bought on a whole concert of Ja Rule and nobody showed up.
Is that true?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
No, it's legit.
Isn't there like
the Floyd Mayweather beef with the
stop.
Everybody was
Harry
doing
Potter.
the ALS challenge, and he asked him to read a book. I mean, he is
I think it was
generational
specifically, if you
hater.
can read one page of Harry Potter, I'll donate $50 million or whatever.
They're all terrified of him.
50
Like, he's
Cent
genuinely terrifying.
is unbelievable.
Dancing. What else, Frankie? What
Hey,
else?
Ariel and crew, love the show, and Greg Hardy is fighting again in January PFC.
Oh, jeez.
Keep fighting. Thoughts on who is we?
Does he mean like who the F is we?
Yeah, probably wants to drop.
PT, I said at the beginning of the show, I don't know if you heard, I was going for my morning run and I popped my hammy.
It's tough.
So much pain right now. Do you think this is it?
It just looks like you're playing with your tackle if you start rubbing down there, which is a.
Do you think this is it? Do you think this is it of my like my athletic career? Do you think it's over? Do you think?
You gotta believe in yourself. You gotta start stretching more, mate.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Run slower. It's that speed of yours. You know what I mean?
Go for a walk.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
Rice.
Yeah, it's
rest.
It's kind of like coming
Ice.
up to my hip too. Like the pain is like moving up.
Compression.
Elevation.
Elevation.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Dumplings?
We think it's torn?
There was a pop.
Yeah,
What is
you are going to eat an awful fucking
I'm
lot
not
these
gonna
days,
lie.
aren't you?
Yeah.
I web him
well,
eat it.
Yeah.
It's either a strain or a tear.
And what does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, it could be, depends on the
Who's to
severity.
check?
Like grade 1, grade 2, grade 3.
It's popping. It's like
It continues to pop?
No, but I feel
It was the one pop.
There was a pop, and then it's like there's a throbbing.
Should we
You
call
have
a
to wait
doctor?
a little bit to see
It
how
might be
bad it
worth
is.
it,
You know?
Yeah, I
It might be
think I wrap it up.
Yeah.
Do a little bath situation.
I think you rest it.
Yeah.
Do some ice, some compression, and then you elevate it.
Yeah.
What about sparring on Friday? Can I do that?
No,
we're gonna pull you out of sparring. We're gonna pull you out of the fight next month as well.
No, I refuse. No.
You need to do a video blog like Aspinall's now every week.
You remember when you
Wow.
you
Tell us
offered
when we're
us,
coming back.
Wow. PT.
Also, this was just like, were you turning a corner or anything, or was
No,
you were
hill,
just
hill.
straight?
Up a hill.
Yep.
Yep. Felt it. Felt it. What does the chat say? What does the chat? Chat, do you think I should?
When's the last time you got new runners?
You know
Trainers?
what? You know what? My runners are kind of beat up.
Nah, well then you're fucking messing me.
Yeah.
You gonna do this seriously or what?
Nah, I got on the
Gonna
blower
keep on getting
afterwards.
fucking in. Just stop fucking around out there. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm
Think
not,
about it.
I know.
You know what I mean?
you have kids.
Yep. No, you're 100% right. You're 100. By the way, someone sent me a message earlier today, and I wanted to read it real quick because I think it's the most accurate thing ever said to me as it pertains to the show. This is from my friend Yohanan. He said, I have an idea. When we want to measure the size of an event / announcement / rumor about an upcoming or potential fight, it really depends on how many calls and texts Pizzi is getting. If the UFC announces something and we're not sure how we feel about it, gotta ask Pizzi about the calls. If he's getting calls, you know it's a big deal. How do you feel about that?
I think it's absolutely accurate. I think if you go back through the history of this show since its existence, every time you ask me, is it in fact a big fight? I will say, I can only gauge this on how many phone calls I got. And, it's tried and tested. And as GC brought up earlier, his doorman needs a show here as well.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, thanks for telling everyone that I already told you about this comment. You could have just played around.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pizzi's getting a bunch of calls, and then I walk down to leave my apartment, and my doorman's like, hey, did you see XYZ fight got made? And Pizzi has already confirmed he's been receiving ample calls. It's a big one.
Everyone's calling me. I was on the blower with this guy.
I want to
Sometimes
start.
no one's calling me, though. Sometimes no one calling me.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get no calls.
Yeah.
Can you start tallying them for me, Pizzi? Just
What's big? Like, I'd say
quantify it.
I'd say 6 to 7. Like big.
That's an all-time banger.
Like back in the day, right? When you're talking McGregor fights back in the day, the phone didn't fucking stop. Did not fucking stop. You're talking over 10 calls.
What?
Do you know what I mean?
What do they say to you when they call?
Depends on who it is. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's someone on the inside, and I'm the one talking. Sometimes.
PT, what's the crack? What's the story? What's the story, right?
Yeah. What's going on here? And I'm like, I don't know. What you mean? What's going on? Do you not see this? And I'm like, what you mean? And they're like, this happened. I was like, no fucking way. When did that happen? Hang on. Let me get this up.
It's so good.
Yeah, no, see it there now. And then they go, yeah.
So
I mean, you've been on the phone, with Ariel. This is
I know.
so gross.
This
So
is how
half
it
of these
goes.
calls are them informing you?
Sometimes.
I thought
Hey,
it was
Pizzi,
calls to
did you
discuss
see
the
this?
size
Oh,
of the
fuck.
fight.
Hold on, man.
No,
Hold
no,
on. Wait a minute.
I haven't seen it.
Get the
I
glasses.
used to get
up.
panics when he was fighting. It was like a panic attack. You'd be wake up in the middle of the night. It'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd be like, you'd be going, what the fuck is out there happening here? Like my day is fucked if something's happened there. I already have my shit ready to go. I was working for about 6 outlets. It was an absolute disaster. So since then, 6 or 7 is the high bar. I'd say high water mark of interest.
I love it.
He also pay-per-view records. You know what I mean?
Anything else, Frankie?
I've
Anything
been
else?
waiting to hear Malcolm talk about losing to the safety guy, so thanks for that. I speak for most when I say we want to see Malcolm win.
I agree. Very likable guy, rootable guy, if that's a word. I thought he came off well. He's got that nice smile.
Makes me just like him more.
Yeah. I love guys that face the music like this, you know? And that's why I always thought the Ronda thing was crazy. Obviously, Ronda is dealing with, a lot more scrutiny and all that stuff, but she let the loss engulf her. If she just would have come out and be like, yeah, fuck, I lost, big deal,
Get us all back against Katie Taylor now.
Hell yeah. Can't wait. What are they saying on the blower about that one?
That was a big what the fuck phone call kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was getting the phone calls from the UK with lads being like, come on, what the fuck?
No one texts. It's all phone calls.
So annoying.
If you text, anyone can text GC. The phone call is the true gauge of interest.
Sure.
I need to hear how you're saying these things. You know what I mean? I just don't want to message a sentence. I want to hear how is he intonating his statements with regard to this fight? That's what people want to know. You know what I mean?
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, do you know why the UFC didn't come to Louisiana in January like they usually do?
I think it's LA.
Jesus Christ. I mean, it says LA.
I mean, it's literally LA. Like, that's what it says.
Like they usually do? You think they'll come to LA soon?
Yeah, I mean, they went to Inglewood in January. Is it a thing? Were they in LA 2 years ago? I don't think so. Were they?
They were in LA at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I know, but like he's saying as they usually do.
I believe they were there at the beginning of 2022. Remember they had that stretch where they did Anaheim.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That's not LA. But yes, okay, fine.
It's LA area.
Isn't it?
It's Orange County.
LA adjacent. It's the Newark to New York, Anaheim to LA.
The Angels play in Los Angeles, so Anaheim. So.
Yeah, I hate that. It's one of the worst names. I mean, that arena is tremendous. The Intuit Dome. Not that I've been there, but it just looks tremendous. So I suspect they'll be there. But yeah, they're going to Vegas. Maybe they wanted to be in Vegas for the first one. Who knows? First one, Paramount Plus. Yeah. Press conference coming up. BITB tomorrow. What do we got?
Big preview.
Big preview. UFC 323. What's going on with all these matchmaking things?
Yeah.
Pound for pound in honor of the challenger in the co-main event.
Hell yeah.
Pound for pound Vans.
Okay. Wait. Oh, like the shoes?
Huh?
Oh. Let me tell you something.
Vans.
If this one doesn't get a nod, I'll tell you what. The dream car, my baby.
We're gonna have to see.
All right, that's not
Want
bad.
to submit a list?
I like that one
Vans.
because you could do the shoes, you could do the cars.
Journalists.
Some people have it in their name.
Vans,
Josh Van.
What else?
You want to submit a list? You
All right.
send it in. Send it in to Jordan.
Van Steenis, Van Zandt. Okay. I like it. I like it. Mr. Van Zandt.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
And then, of course,
Guys,
please. Yeah, you're giving them all away. The crack on Friday, as I guess at that point, weigh-ins will be over, right? So the fights will be official. And then watch party on Saturday. The final watch party. By the way, are we doing watch parties in the new era?
Yeah,
for sure.
Of course. For numbered events, right?
Oh, the Paramount era. I was like, what's the new era?
Final watch party of the UFC on ESPN era.
Yeah.
Second to last UFC on ESPN show, penultimate program, if you will. And then 3-Pac back for a post show. Final time we'll be doing one at 1 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. in the UK. Right? This is huge, Pete.
I'm just wondering about my contract because obviously
we were talking about
the fine print of the contract.
Yeah.
The fine print of the contract, it says pay-per-view Monday.
Yeah.
So does that now cross over to PLE?
We were actually talking about this, wondering if you'll pull the card, like, hey, I can't make it on the Monday show because I stayed up late. Now that it's an hour
in the contract.
earlier.
It's in the contract.
Yeah.
And it says pay-per-view. Do I need to get my lawyer to look over this? And
we'll talk offline. We'll talk offline with HR. Speaking of 3-Pac, Uncrown.com Chuck Mindenhall with a story that just came out moments ago. Merab Dvalishvili grabbed 2025 by the throat. Now its final chapter can make him immortal. A great little summary here by Chuck. When I visited Merab at the very beginning of the year, which he did out in Vegas, he was pissed off at Umar's disrespect, at missing the holidays, at the injuries he had, all of it. Now at the end of the year, ? He's happier than ever as he tries to make history. What a difference 12 months make. Now, it is going to be a very good story on Monday. What will the story be? Will the story be bit off a little more than he can chew? Or will it be one of the all-time great years in the history of the sport as a champion, 4 title defenses in 1 year? Will we be talking about a new king at 125? Or will we be talking about the super fight, the ATT super fight, Horiguchi versus Pantoja come next year? Will we be talking about the retirement on a win for one Henry Cejudo or on a loss for the King of Cringe? All those stories and more on Monday's program. Of course, there's still Thursday, BITB, Crack Friday, post-show Saturday, watch party Saturday, all that and more. But for now, time to say goodbye. So someone called me, a very, very important person called me, a very, 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 very big name. Like I would say an A+ name. And I sent him that picture of me, you know, a little Verdum face, if you will. And I said, hey, we're on the air right now. Want to call in? He said, not right now.
And you can't tell us who it was.
Nah, I don't want to.
Does that mean that?
Tell us who it was.
Is it possible for a later date?
He said, I'll call you later.
All right.
It was so close.
Can you please stop snapping?
Is that a hint? Is that a hint? What you're doing there?
Compressor is freaking out. Please stop snapping.
Sorry. But that was it. I thought
seeing on Monday. You've teased show Monday. I might even watch it on my day off.
I thought it was gonna be an all-timer. I thought it was gonna be an all-time cameo. I'll be honest with you. But nevertheless, it was still a great day. And I also want to let you know that very soon we're going to have our next Uncrowned film, working on it as we speak. EKC in the lab as we speak. So a lot of exciting things to come. Thank you very much to all our guests today. It was a tremendous day. Thank you to TNA President and Anthem Sports President Carlos Silva. Congratulations once again on the new AMC deal. Thank you to the great Bill Haney. Bill was on one today. Golly, he was cutting promos left and right. Thank you very much to Chris Bungard for coming in. Great to have him in studio. Tremendous job. Thank you, Malcolm Wellmaker. Good luck to him. And of course, thank you to the new champ, the King of Cleveland, Abdullah Mason. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back tomorrow, same time, place, same peace.